shared a story when they were explaining what they were doing or why they were doing it? Yeah, can you put your hands up? Okay, so why did you decide to share a story? Can you guys share? Can you even share your story? Yeah.
My name is Howie. I think I had to share a story because I felt that I had to get attached to the person I was talking to. And I learned a lot because my colleague was coming from Congo, Brazzaville. And because I'm coming from Kenya and he's coming from Congo, Brazzaville, I had to share whatever coming out.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking this is there's 4 key points I want to share with you during this session, and I want you to work on sharing what you're doing. And the first one is understanding your story, sharing your story. Why is sharing your story so important? The thing is, there are a lot of software developers out there. There are a lot of entrepreneurs. There are a lot of educators. There's a lot of people that do the same things when you think about what you're doing. What differentiates every single person is the story they have behind what they're doing. When you're speaking to somebody, what they connect with is not, hey, I'm a software developer. What connects with them is why? Like, what is the feeling that makes you want to be a software developer? Why do you believe in the idea of being a software developer? How do you believe that that's going to impact me or the world or life or your life in general? So sharing a story is what makes people remember you. It's what creates a human connection between you and the person next to you. And when they meet you a time later or when they talk about you, there's a difference between saying, yeah, he's a software developer, or yeah, he's this person that really believes IT can change the world. It makes a very big difference in terms of your brand and the way people perceive you, but also the way this person remembers you. Yeah. So I want us to take a couple of minutes. Actually, I'll give you around 5 to 10. And I want you to think, what is your story behind what you do? And I want you to write it down. Write it on your notebook, which was very kindly given to you. It's very beautiful. Take a page and write down what's your story behind what you do that you can share to people. Okay? Okay. Does anybody want to share their story? No judgments. Or we'll keep the judgments for ourselves. Promise. Anybody?
Hi everyone, I'm Victoria. I'm a graphic designer and I have great, like this story behind my work is that I have great creative confidence as a graphic designer. The reason being, having been a startup founder before, I have an end-to-end grasp of business and clients usually feel, in addition to the artwork, that I understood the business intent of their promotional work and also that I also really got in touch with the vision and came up with something that what they were thinking of. Yeah, but the story behind that was having to manage a business of my own and come up with an idea and have it have the impact that you visualized. Had me had to grapple with budgetary concerns and getting a team together and things like that. So I always make the work easier for the client when they approach me to do their creative work.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing. Can I give you a little bit of feedback? Okay. So I think that the first thing is make sure, like, you can feel that you still need to practice it. You were still a bit reading from the script. It has to really come from you when you share the story, so you can feel the emotion when the person is talking about it. And there's a very big difference between sharing, for example, and I'll quote you, that a client believes that and what I believe. Like, it's really good for credibility to talk about what other people believe how your work is and how good they believe you are, but it's a very different connection with a person when you share why you believe you're good. And that's something where you can say, like, I created my own business. It wasn't easy. It was hard. There were struggles. I had to deal with this and this and this, but that made me understand how much I'm passionate about this, how much I value this, and how much I believe this can really make a difference, and how much I believe in my work. That's going to make people believe in you, and then your credibility will come when you say, and actually people believe in that, and people have worked with me because I've shown that kind of commitment and that kind of determination. Yeah? Okay, anybody else? Yeah? You have a question?
So, in sharing a hypothetical one for like your business, like ask a client about hypothetical questions, a client who's like an investor who could be a potential client, then make them understand why your business, as in how your business is solving a problem. Okay, so I can read my story. So, imagine you had an irresponsible night and are feeling extremely embarrassed or about your actions. So, would you rather parade or share last night details with the local chemist attendant, or would you prefer an impartial, faithful, non-judgmental machine to deal with? So what I'm trying to communicate is that instead of purchasing health items, female items like sanitary towels, over-the-counter contraceptives from a local chemist, wouldn't it be easier to purchase it from a vending machine in your ladies' room? What do you think about that?
Great, thanks a lot. So that's a hypothetical story, but it works. Same thing. Is it okay if I give you some feedback? Yeah. So just, you have to practice it more, right? It has to come from you and not from the piece of paper. Because right now it's like, she's reading a script. So just go and practice it, and it has to come from, like, you can connect with somebody. But that leads me to actually the second topic, which is know your audience. Those, like, asking questions, besides if you already know who you're talking to because you researched the person before, when you're talking to somebody, try and dig in who they are, what's important for them, what do they value, and that's how you connect your story or what you're going to say with the person that's in front of you. It's very different if they're an investor. It's very different if you're a technical company and they're a technical person. It's very different if they're one of your customers. If they're young, if they're older, it makes a very big difference. So the first part when you're explaining what you're doing is try to understand who you're talking to, because then you can tailor what you're explaining to the person that you're talking to. And that leads to a second part, which is no matter who you're talking to, always pretend that this person is 5 years old. Like, not saying that they're stupid, but just the vocabulary that you should use should be the most basic vocabulary, because that will make sure that they don't misinterpret your idea. I don't know if I'll explain very fast the communication cycle, but it's really interesting. So you're thinking about something, So there might be miscommunication between what you think and what you say. That's one part, yeah? Then you say it, and it has to reach this other person. There's a whole barrier between you and that other person where there can be miscommunication as well. There can be noise, he can be thinking about something else, there can be a lot of stuff. Then this person goes from actually receiving this information and filtering this information, like thinking about this information. Another moment of miscommunication. And then this person goes from thinking about this information to saying something about this information. Another moment of miscommunication. So you have to try and make it as basic as possible when you explain, so that no matter what moment happens in the cycle, there's least chance possible that the miscommunication happens between what you're trying to say. Does that make sense? Yeah? So know your audience, know who you're talking to, but whatever happens, keep it simple. Okay? The next advice when you're trying to explain what you do is to understand what is the want that you're fulfilling. And it sounds a bit weird, the sentence, but I'm gonna put it in context. So you can either fulfill needs in a person, or you can fulfill wants in a person. Things that they don't need, but that they want. And besides, if you're doing a business or doing something around shelter, food, or water, whatever you're fulfilling is not a need. This is what human beings need. All the rest, it might be something that they really, really want. Like education is something that you could say a person needs, but no, they can survive without education. The only thing that they need is shelter, water, and food. So whatever you're doing, you need to think about what want am I responding in this person? Why would they want to buy? Or why would they want to listen? Or why would they want to partner? Or why would they want to invest? What is that want that you're fulfilling? So I want you to think for a little bit. What is the want that what you're doing is fulfilling in the person that, like, people like you could be talking to, and your customers in general? Okay, who wants to share their want? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Timothy. Again, I run a startup called Shop Officer. It's a simple accounting tool for small businesses. So the want that we're fulfilling for these small businesses is that we are enabling them to account for their sales properly. We are preventing, we're helping them to lose money due to petty theft, and we are helping them attract more customers and sell more. Yeah. And then I had one question. Is it okay to tell a story that is not authentic, but it resonates with your audience? Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Like, you can't lie about what you do, right? If you tell a story and you say, so I've climbed Mount Everest and it's so difficult. I had so much pain. And they're like, wow, you're like, no, I didn't really climb Mount Everest. No. Like, you don't want to tell a lie about your life or what you do, but you can tell a hypothetical story. You can say, because you can also relate to stories. I can say, I read this book about a person that climbed Mount Everest. It was actually a real life situation, like based on a real situation. And when I read this, it touched me so much because they were describing so well the kind of pain a person goes through when they climb Mount Everest, like the altitude problems. They have to go up and down, the problems of going to the toilet, just that. And based on that, I can still connect on a hypothetical story that I haven't lived myself, but I have seen somebody else live, for example. It doesn't have to be your own story. Yeah? That makes sense? Okay, who else wants to share their want? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol McKenna from Riziki Source. Our want as we source employment internships and tenders for persons with disability under the 47 counties by the use of technology. Riziki is to ensure that a huge number of persons with disability have employment. Yes.
So can I give you some feedback? When you talk about the want, you're talking about the want of your customers, not your want as an organization. So why would people with disabilities go through your platform? It might sound like an obvious answer. Like, it's like, well, of course they want to get jobs and but it's still there because they might go to somebody else, or they might decide to just get funding from the government, or they might you need to define why would people with disabilities come to you, but also why would companies come to you? That's the want that you need to define when you tell what you're doing. Yeah? Okay. So the last part, and then JP will continue, is about, and it links a bit to when you were saying I could feel that in different parts, is what is the emotion that you want to let out in the person that you're talking to? And there's two, sorry, there's two main emotions. One is fear, and one is happiness/passion. So you have the negative one and you have the positive one. And when you're talking, you can choose whether you play with fear or whether you play with passion. And neither of them are bad. It's not bad to play with fear. For example, your connection with fear can be, if you, like what I do is help people not to do that. The fear of having to be ashamed when you come out of a party, come out at night and you need to buy a contraception pill or something like that. The fear of that embarrassment, that's an emotion that you can play with. Or the happiness. Thanks to me, you can be more happy because that accounting tool is going to help you. So what emotion are you trying to let out in the person that you're talking to? And you can have both, but you need to really understand that. And you need to master those emotions to make sure that what you're sharing actually portrays the emotion that you want it to portray, and that you're not making them afraid of something when you actually want to make them happy. And you're not making them happy when you actually want to make them afraid. Those both emotions get people to step forward and do something, but you need to understand them. Okay? So I want you to think about, what emotion do you want to let out in the person that you're talking to when you're explaining what you're doing, and how you would do that. So I'm going to let you think about that, and I unfortunately need to leave. So JP is going to continue the session, and he will continue walk through these steps with you. Okay? So thank you very much. Yeah. You want an example? Okay, so for example, when you're can you give me your name again? Esther? Yeah. When Esther was explaining about her company, it's your company? Yeah, her company. What she's playing with is more fear. So you can go to a person and say, like, I'll give both examples actually. You can go to a person and say, look, don't you want to have vending machines that sell contraception? Because if not, it would be really awkward for you to walk into a shop and actually go and buy those medication on the counter. Like, you've just had a party, you might have done something stupid, and you don't want people to judge you. Actually, you're playing more with fear for that person, of that shame, than you're playing with happiness because nobody is happy to go buy a contraception pill or like a morning after pill, right? Like, don't know if you've lived it, but it's not a happy thing. So you're playing with a thing of fear, and then you're getting them to have less fear by going through your products or being your customer. Yeah. On the other hand, with another situation, you can say, thanks to what I'm offering you, your life is going to be better. So you're actually going to be more happy, and you will not be less fearful. Does that make more sense? Yeah. Do you guys get it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It can be both. You can have an aspect of, like, there can be. That's why I want you to think about the two emotions. You can think about the two emotions, which one you portray, but it can be both. You just have to understand when you use each one. So when you're explaining this, you might be portraying fear, and when you're explaining that, you might be portraying more passion or happiness. But you need to know yourself what emotion you want to portray in another person. Because if you're talking to them and suddenly it's fear, and suddenly it's happiness, and suddenly it's fear and happiness, you're just confusing the person that's right in front of you. So if you have both, that's fine. Write them down, and write down what you say that can portray fear and what you say that portrays more passion or happiness. I don't think one works better than the other. And I actually don't, like, it really depends on what your product is, but I don't always think that using fear is the best strategy. Because it might be the easier way, because yes, actually playing with fear, it can, as a person, when you're afraid, you're more likely to go in a direction, but it might also completely backfire if you use fear, because a person might become too afraid and actually walk away from you in general. Yeah? Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to let you some time to think, and JP will actually get you to share after. Thanks a lot for your time, and good luck. Don't forget to think. It's not because I'm gone that it's finished, yeah? No, don't worry about it.
Well, who wants to share something they want to communicate and the emotion they want to do it with? Anyone? The last thing you did with Charlotte was to share something with an emotion. So who wants to share what they've come up with? Volunteer, just one. This other session won't take too long. It will be, it's almost lunchtime. So we'll do it quickly. We'll do it before lunch, I promise. Was it? Thank you.
Something with Okay, so I hope I show passion instead of fear. To find out, I'm having a birthday party for them. If I am party supplier where I can hire out play equipment, or who bakes great cakes, or where can I take them for a birthday venue. It was a bit hard because that information is not out there. So I was wondering where I can get this information, and I figured I might as well do it myself for other parents. So I started doing that, and the company is called Playdate. We are on Playdate. Playdate, a date where you play. Playdate.co.ke. So I'm excited about it because I am able to link other parents like me who are trying to find out safe venues for their kids. They can take them out for lunch with safe play equipment. Link them up with people who can bake great cakes for their kids if they want them. They are able to know who has discounts in their venues. Like, for example, if you go to Adega over here in Lavington, you'll be able to get a good play area and with a minder, because sometimes we want not just to go somewhere, we want to be able to eat and somebody else look after our kids because we also want to have fun. Yeah, so yeah. A bit more happiness in that clap, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so did anyone get the passion she had? Was she able to transfer it? Yeah? Need answers? Okay, let's do an exercise. I need you to vibrate in your chairs. So this is your chair. You need to hear the chairs vibrating because you people are clearly you've logged off for lunch. If you're not vibrating, then you're going to run the session with me. Vibrate. Yes, we need some more. We need guys at the back. Okay, good. So this next session will not take too long because Charlotte has covered like everything. And because I'm not sure I can get the clicker to work. So I'll just run through the stuff. It's mostly what she's told you. So ideally when you talk to someone, when you're talking to someone, don't talk about yourself, talk about them. So it's really funny. Actually, when you're talking, the big point is to listen. It's not even to talk. It's more of see where this person is heading to, and then talk within their lines. Like probably you didn't notice, but when Charlotte was starting the discussion, I had a group of investors there, and the whole idea was to listen. What do they want? What are they looking for? I was talking all along, but I was also prying into there. So it's sort of the best communicators, the best way to talk about yourself is to actually to be able to pull out insights from the other person, because human beings, you and me, we're all selfish, like only care about ourselves. So if you're talking to me about Playdate, don't talk about Playdate in reference to yourself. Talk about Playdate in reference to me. Ask me, when's your birthday? What kind of cake did you have the last time? And then now explain to me. So by the time I'm done explaining my stuff, you exactly know where my needs are. Maybe I ate cake. Maybe I like passion. What is it called? Passion. Is that passion cake? Don't just the passion chocolate cake. Maybe I don't like cheese. I want chocolate in my thing. So like those are the things you explore when you're communicating to customers. So I'll run through my thing quickly. So first step, if you want to talk properly, you have to be honest. Honesty means understanding yourself. So this is an acronym. It's a complete course. You can find it somewhere on the internet. I think Coursera. But so for me, I'll just touch on just a few points. So it's an acronym. The acronym is called CENTER. I'll go explaining it as by the end of this session. So before you're able to communicate, you should understand your own passions. And I mean, this is tricky because when you're growing up, we are taught the things we are supposed to be. Sometimes you're not those things. You're not the nicest person ever. You're not always honest. There's a whole list of virtues which we are not, but we are told those are the things which we are supposed to be. And so we kind of grow up lying to ourselves, trying to be the person we are not, or trying to look like we are something that is supposed to be. So when you sit back to yourself and understand your own passions and acknowledge them, like acknowledge I like money, I'm greedy or something of the sort. These kind of things make you honest enough so that when you engage with someone, you exactly know where you're coming from. The second thing you need to decide is purpose. And that's really difficult. Like, what do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do with your business? Once your purpose is clearly defined, then it's sort of like building a foundation for yourself. So like when you know where you're standing on, like now you're able to engage with the other person. And it's the same in business, in personal relations, even in sports. I mean, if you're in taekwondo, the first thing you have to stance properly. You have to ground yourself before you start kicking, those kind of things. So grounding in communication, before you talk about yourself, you really have to know yourself. Good things to know about yourself is your passions, your purpose, and like what do you want to do in the world? Maybe you want to bring up a family. That's good. Maybe you want to build a business. Very good. Maybe, I don't know. What do you want to do?
To build the world. And to build something great in the world.
Build something in the world. Yeah, so build something in the world. Now you have to think through and figure out, like, what is this thing I want to build? So how to fill in those steps. Like I said, it's an acronym called CENTER. So the first C is character. So I will not fill in these blanks for you. It's more of I am and I will be. So I am, at the very basic, you can start, I am human. Some of us like to also use our career. So I am a teacher. I'll be the best educator I can be. That's if you decide to define your character by the career or the practice I am a coder, I'll be the best engineer I can be. Maybe the difference between a developer, a systems, is it engineer? Like those steps you have to be. So you have to be honest with the level you are at. I'm learning now, but I can be the best systems engineer that is possible. So I will be. That's character. And remember what I said in the beginning, honesty. So these are things which you don't need to share with me, you don't need to share with anyone. It's things to understand yourself. Once you understand yourself, then now you can communicate about your business and yourself. So the E stands for entrepreneurship. So a lot of times in life we don't people think entrepreneurship is when you're making money, or someone said, yeah, they have a small business and they're not sure if it's a startup. But really entrepreneurship, you can be entrepreneurial even in life. So you take smart risks, or you should say to yourself, I take smart risks, I run smart experiments towards my dream of dash. So towards my dream of being a systems engineer, towards my dream of building a startup, towards my dream of, and these things seem irrelevant to communicating or to being, but once you're completely honest with who you are and you figure these things out, then that's when you'll be able to talk about your. I've ever sat in those sessions where the speaker is so passionate about the thing they're doing and you get caught up in it. It's because they finished this stage where they really understand where they're coming from. So identify the entrepreneurial things you're doing with your life. So I take smart risks and I run smart experiments towards my dream of Dash. So fill that in. Even if it's a smart experiment towards your dream of having a good family, just fill it in then. Understand experiments always have a result of, they always have two results. Some results are regarded as failure, which I always call learning. The other results are regarded as success, which I call getting the expected outcome. So put that. Ownership. Okay, I've spoiled the acronym here because I couldn't find the IN for it. So ignore the O and the W, take the N, ownership. So I choose. What do you choose? Like, I have a strong, so let me see if I can find a nice example for that. Well, I like giving the example of my previous job where I used to work before I decided to run my startup. So I used to work for a bank. I used to work for Barclays Bank. And I mean, have I told this story? Let me see if it's become redundant. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so you two can assume. Well, sorry, yeah. So I used to work for the bank and I used to do collections. So about a month before I quit. Oh shit, I've spoiled the story. I've told you I quit. Well, I'm here, which means I quit. So yeah, so a month before I quit, I was like the top collector that particular month. I made the bank $500,000. And that was difficult because those debts going back like 20 or so years. So you get the awards, you're called to shake hands with the bosses. How many of you are employed, by the way? Working for someone employed? 1, 2. In school and looking forward to getting a job. Oh, wow. Jobs are good. I don't want to kill anyone's dream. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I got all this award, and then the same month there was a lot of people being poached. So another bank was offering better rates for a kind of jobs, and guys were moving to the other bank, and a lot of my colleagues they quit. So one of the big bosses came to talk to us, and he says, "No, guys, don't quit because of money. You need to quit because for the right reason, at the right time, and for the right job." So I went home and I sat and I thought about myself collecting debts for another year. And I thought, okay, I don't want to do that. And then I thought, what's the thing I want to do at the time? And I thought to myself, I enjoy making cards, occasion cards, birthday cards, those kind of things. So I said, okay, I want to make cards. And then cards, if you've made cards on a small level, it's not much. One card at the best is 100 shillings. So I thought, okay, right reason, right job, I want to make cards. Right reason, I want to do something that I'm passionate about. And then I came to my choice, I'm going to quit. So I wrote my letter. I talked to my immediate supervisor, and he was like, okay, we can't all be the same. Yeah, you can quit. So, and then I sent in my letter and everyone was sure. Like a month later, I'll meet with my colleagues and they'd be, are you sure? Kosho kwenda CFC. Then I'd be apana hata niko na cards. Usi birthday yako next week. So like all my first sales were my colleagues. So like I'll make birthday cards, wedding cards for them. So those are kind of choices. And choices sometimes are drastic and a lot of times you're going to pay for them. So I was very broke. You don't quit from a bank and make cards and not be broke. But yeah, but it was my choice, so I was broke. And well, it depends. Some people say it's better to be happy in a Mercedes than broke in a bike. But yeah, so choices. Once you've figured out what you want to do with your life. So first one we said character, entrepreneurship, ownership, and then where at? I've jumped one. Yeah, so yeah. Entrepreneurship, sorry. That's why you decide what kind of smart, because to understand the business you are in, there's a lot of mentality in Kenya that you don't want to fail, but you have to take risks. You have to experiment in order to know where you stand. And yeah. So then tenacity. So for a couple of months after I quit, like I had to hold on to that thing of I need to sell this card before now I started getting other ideas of the things I need to do. So like you have to be really tenacious. I remember one time someone asked me for an what it called A3 card, and my printer could only do A4s. But because I want to sell and I want to make my business succeed, I found out of making an A4 printer print an A3 card. If you want that, just ask me how I did it. But yeah, it's like hold on to your thing, especially if you're doing startups. How many are doing startups here? Startups. Okay, no, Ken had a different definition in the morning. But for us, especially at iHub, when you come to ask for membership or green membership, a definition of startups is you're trying to figure out a model that works. So you're more of a learning organization. You're not a small business. You're a learning organization. And so in order to stay in that process and learn, like you have to be tenacious. You have to hold on to that pursuit. And then excellence, you have to commit hard work. There's no two choices. The guys who do night shift, like they stay at 24 hours. How many? I have a couple, yeah. So it's hard work. There's no two ways about it. And then define your relationship. So my family is, and at the beginning I said this place is a community for techies. So you can say my family is the community of techies at iHub. That's a family also. My family is my sister, those kind of things. So like determine where your relationships, determine what place you regard as home. Where do you feel comfortable in? Like for me, I came here after working a lot of times from my bedroom, and I came here and I found people who think the same way I do. So this is kind of home for me. So these are the things that will hold you back. Fear, lack of focus means that you prefer doing a lot of things. So I'm an entrepreneur who does this on the side and this other thing on the side. So like you can't be held for any particular thing. You can't be held accountable for one thing. So find one or two things that people can hold you accountable for. Like I said, I'm an entrepreneur. What successful business do I have? So like, and like, so I can own up and say, okay, none of my business have made it to this level. That's ownership. That's accountability. So, sorry, am I moving too fast? So, sorry. Yeah, so these three things, that fear, lack of focus, and fear of experiment. So we said entrepreneurship means doing smart experiments. So if you're afraid to experiment, there's two things that will stop you from experimenting. Doubt is when you're like, shit, this thing will never work. Like you doubt yourself. Overconfidence, when you're like, my thing is a success. I don't need to experiment. Like I'm good. Everyone knows me, say, like I'm that guy, so that kind of thing. So overconfidence, or or lying to yourself, like my business has made it, or I'm an entrepreneur. So your life is this, but you always represent as this. So if you lead a double life, that's difficult, and it makes your communications difficult because you have something to hide. If you have something to hide from yourself, then you're not able to communicate well to people. And all those things are important because when talking to people about yourself, you have to win their trust. And one way of winning trust is like being completely open. So if you're clear about yourself, you've identified this is who I am, and you can talk about it, then people will listen to you. Once you win someone's trust, then now they can listen to you, and they can listen to you talk about your business and stuff. And you also have to trust the person, and that's a risk because a lot of times, even in our society nowadays, a lot of people are afraid if I tell my secrets, someone will steal them. Well, trade secrets, they should be trade secrets, don't tell them. But other things you can talk about. So like open up, talk about general stuff, talk about exactly the general things of the business. It's supposed to deliver this product, can do this thing for you. You don't have to tell me the secret thing that's making it work, but you can trust me enough you can be trusting enough to talk about it. Some people are so untrusting that they can't even talk about their business. Then if you can't talk, we'll buy, you know. So, okay, I'll skip this bit. It's more, you know, the way we've done the whole definition of self, like you also have to define your business, and it's a whole topic in itself. The process of defining your business is more of understanding the model. So like I said, entrepreneurs who come here, come out, they know what they do, but they don't have a clear model. But we have to take them through that process of refining, testing, and changing. Our most successful startups here, some like MFarm, have changed the model over 10 times. And you have to keep doing that. So this, I think, Charlotte might have covered. So you've defined yourself, you've defined your business. The last step is to talk to someone about it. And this is what I started out with. So you take your mind and put it, and use your mind and heart to understand where the other person is their situation. Like, use your mind and your heart to be in their situation. Like, listen to them. So it's sort of an interview, but with empathy. I want to understand exactly what's, you know, she's doing cakes. There's a difference between a need was cake for a child. It was cake for your children. Someone else, their needs will be different. So like, and you have to sit with each person and understand, be empathetic to their particular situation. Probably it's someone who wants to impress, I don't know, the girlfriend, and wants to buy birthday cakes, and it's too pricey. So the point of need is the pricing. So that's what you're supposed to talk about now. Someone else is too busy and they need to, the main need is to have convenience. You need to deliver the cake to them. So with that kind of a person, don't talk about all your cake offering. Just stress on the point that you sit in the office, just text me or use my application, and I'll deliver the phone to your place or to the person who needs it. So talk to everyone's need, and to do that, it's also part of the UX process, kind of understanding the person's need. UX, not just the look of things, it's more of the feel of things and the needs of human beings. So interview with empathy, try to feel what's the pain point of this other person. So when you listen, use that as a learning point for you. And then understand, and then listen again. So it's sort of a cyclical process. Okay, I'll skip this. This is more of when you're talking about your business. So our business was really clear. It was cake business. But sometimes, especially when you're doing software and things like that, software, hardware, yeah. Okay, software mostly is the complex one. Okay. And it's difficult to explain to a person exactly what your system is doing. So sometimes it's easier when so a high-level concept takes something in the physical to explain your startup. So like, if it's like, probably I know you're a shop officer, so you're kind of trying to prevent fraud or counterfeits.
Trying to prevent petty theft in a small business, and also enhancing customer loyalty. Yes.
Yeah, so good. So like with this, you will explain, if you're talking to an old CEO, director, you'll try to explain, you will use a model which this CEO director has in the mind. So we'll try to explain, my thing will serve the same purpose as that person you have who is watching. And it's more efficient because it's in a gadget, it's in the credit card they use. So use the model, yes, he already knows what his gate person does. And then now to use the model of the gate person to explain what your software is doing. And it's like that with everything. There's a lot of technology, there's some physical underlying model somewhere. So if it's Uber, you can explain, this is like sending your messenger to go book for you the taxi, describing exactly what it will, something like that. That's what we mean by high-level concept. Sorry, I'm rushing. It's because I promised I'll do it before lunch. Elevator pitch. This a lot of you know. So there's those steps. So my company, sometimes companies have different names. So my company, Msajili Mobile, is developing an application. So like you pick this, the ones in the brackets are options, is developing an application to help students in public universities. So I've picked an audience. I haven't said students in high school. I haven't said young people. I've said students in public universities. I'm really specific with my audience to solve a dash problem, to do their registration easily. With what? Using, so I have to say my secret. So like I have put with integrated with a, no, integrated is a complex one. Let's just look for a simple word. With an e-form and a connected payment service. So I've explained all the steps. So what my company is, with my name, developing Dash, this product. So our company, Playdate. My company, Playdate, is developing a cake product, a website. Oh, okay. So website, you'll put it down here as your secret sauce. So, but what is your thing doing? It's a service or it's a product. You're either delivering cake or you have a cake production service. So you have to say that up there is developing is developing a service to meet needs of. You want to help? Good. Check.
Correction. It's not a cake service. It's connecting vendors to the parents and parents to vendors who are supplying
Great.
kid-related services.
Awesome. So my company, Playdate, is developing a service to help. So do we help the vendors or the parents?
Vendors to parents.
To help vendors connect to parents.
Yes.
See, with a secret sauce, with our website.
Through our website. Yes.
Our web platform. So that's how you kind of divide your thing. Yeah, and yeah, that's kind of it. So just to sum up, so to be able, thank you so much. So to be able to effectively talk about yourself, so I'm summing up now. You have to first understand yourself, completely define yourself. The really painful things to describe about yourself, understand those and get them down. Then second thing, like, yeah, so define yourself, get a sense of purpose, use that acronym I've given you, CENTER. So character, entrepreneurship, ownership, tenacity. What was the other one? Excellence and relationships. Yeah, good. Thank you. You actually have it down more than I do. And then finally, after defining yourself, define your business properly. And then now talk about your business, but by not just by talking. A lot of times, who's been in a situation with a salesperson, sometimes they talk so much about the thing and you switch off. But if the person is talking about the thing, but in reference to you, you're going to listen. So interview and listen more than you talk. So talking about yourself is listen, learn, understand, listen some more. And that's, so actually talking is more, like I said at the beginning, more listening than talking.
I just want to request slide 11.
Slide 11. Okay, I'll send. I think I'll give Mercy the deck and then she can send to everyone. What was in slide 11? The business thing. So any questions, any comments, then we can do lunch. I know some of you have logged out.
So mine is a very simple announcement. I'm at a very crucial stage in my business where I need to connect with institutions, universities, secondary schools. So if you guys have any contacts, like in any of those places, private, public, I would really appreciate it. Please find me.
Okay.
I'm the girl in braids.
Good. You should get that down about your business. So what are you doing for public institutions? And what product are you? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see if people have got the class. I'll use that to explain your business. Talk about yourself.
My company is S Vendor. We're creating a way, a convenient way of women and girls to access sanitary towels and over-the-counter contraceptives without all the stigma around it. So we're actually placing vending machines in lady rooms, in washrooms, to just remove the stigma around the purchase of these items and to just make it more convenient in purchasing them. Yeah. So we're trying to we're rolling out a pilot where we're going to do it in institutions. So yeah, that's where the company is at.
Great. So a company as vendor is developing a service to help young ladies in institutions to access products conveniently with a secret source of vending machines in ladies' rooms.
Yes.
See, but you have to understand it properly before you break it down like that. And like you can pitch to someone when you come downstairs, by the time you're on fourth floor, is really clear about what you're doing. Questions? We do lunch? Yeah? Okay, let's do lunch. Thank you very much for being patient and for...
Thanks, JP. So we are breaking for lunch now, but before we do, just to let you know, again, our two sessions, one is on IP, one is on Open API. If you're attending the session on IP, please stay here after lunch. If you're attending the session on Open API, go down to our UX lab. UX lab is on the ground floor. Get out of the lifts and walk straight to your right and take the second door on your right. There will be the UX lab. If you get lost, I'm sure there's someone there that can help you out. So these sessions will go 2 to 3, and then we'll all come back up. We have a really interesting panel that's going to take place. We'll be discussing what are the indicators that you're scaling. So what should you be looking out for so that you can say, all right, these are the things that I need to put in place because it seems like I'm now expanding my business. We're going to have 4 panelists. Andrew Meme from IBM, Mikul Shah from EatOut, Asha Mweru from Synapis, and autonomy. So it should be really awesome. So enjoy lunch.
Probably for lovers. Just a fan. Hey Enya and
Hey, I'm here again, falling in love again. Hey, I'm here again, falling in love again. Just singing and I could think I did not forever. I took the beginning and I always ended up for it. I took the singing and I could think I did not forever. I took the beginning and I always ended up again. Mr. Politician, it's good to see you again. It's been so long since you've been here. You had me thinking you were dead. How's your taxpayer mansion? How was your taxpayer breakfast? How is your taxpayer automobile? You know you drive it so fast. You wind up the window of your fancy car, turn on the AC. Your fancy car, you can feel the pothole in your fancy car, you can feel the heat as you drive around in your fancy car. Mr. Politician, tell me, is it true? Oh, yeah. That if we put all the land you own together, you could see it from the moon? It's crazy you have a bodyguard to protect you from me. Where do I apply? Who do I say? Be protected from you. You wind up the window, drive your fancy car, turn on the AC of your fancy car, You can feel the pulse, your fancy car, You can feel the heat. You drive around in your fancy car. Mr. Politician, let me stop pinging you. After all, I chose you. Monkey see, monkey do. Wait a minute, that means you work for me, not the other way around. That's right now. Wait till let me have some health care. Send the bill to the legislature. Oh, yo, wind up the window of your fancy car, turn on the AC of your fancy car, You can feel the pothole in your fancy car, You can feel the heat. You drive around in your fancy car, the window of your fancy car, turn on the AC of your fancy car, You can feel the pothole in your fancy car, You can feel the heat as you drive around in your fancy car. You drive around in your fancy car. Vroom, 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 vroom. I'd like to say hello to all the little people. As you drive around, as you drive around, as you move around, as you look around, as you stick around.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, my name is Willis Echesa. I'm one of the partners at the law firm of Triple OK Law Advocates based here in Nairobi. I'm privileged to be before you this afternoon to unpack and hopefully by the end of the session to be able to link various aspects of intellectual property law to how a business can harness and take advantage of its investment in intellectual property law to be able to advance its business on an international scale. First of all, just to begin from the very basics, I'll begin by basically just trying to define what intellectual property law is. And contrary to popular belief, there's too much mystery over the law in as far as intellectual property is concerned. But if we look all around us and what we do every day, you will realize that there are vivid examples of intellectual property all around us. I can see that there are several members in the audience with laptops, phones, and so forth. And it's very easy to pick out that most of those laptops are branded. I've seen a lady behind there with an Apple, with a MacBook, I believe. And from the MacBook itself, you'll see the symbol on the laptop, the Apple, that represents the brand of the manufacturer of the MacBook. When you woke up in the morning, perhaps you took a cup of coffee, maybe it was Nescafe or whichever brand that it is that meets your taste, and equally the same is branded. Basically, intellectual property is all around us. It's in the music, it's in the videos you watch, it's in the devices that you use. So those aspects help us to readily appreciate what intellectual property is. The technical definition of intellectual property is that it is an intangible asset. It is an asset that ordinarily you cannot hold. You cannot hold, but you can see and appreciate its value in terms of the significance and the brand effect on the clientele of a particular brand. Now, just moving ahead to start demonstrating the various types of intellectual property that we have, I will start with copyright. Copyright, in a nutshell, refers to a right that is vested in an individual or an owner, a person who creates either an artistic work, a musical work, or conducts a broadcast. Copyright internationally as well as locally is protected by law. The law defines what copyright is, and the law proceeds to establish a regime in which copyright that is vested in a creator is protected. For instance, works that are eligible to copyright protection under our law in Kenya are musical works. Someone comes up, composes a song, that person automatically receives a copyright over that music. Unlike other forms of intellectual property, copyright is assigned immediately upon expression of that idea. That means that if you have, let's say, a composition of a tune, or if you have a story in your mind, but you do not express that either in a book, or you do not record a CD so that that music is published to the public, then that cannot be eligible for copyright protection. There has to be an expression of the concept. There has to be an expression of the idea in a tangible form for the creator to obtain copyright over the work of art. Now, the term for copyright protection under the law of Kenya is a period of 50 years. We have several subcategories of what copyright is, and one of the categories is artistic works. Artistic work will refer to maybe paintings or drawings. Someone comes up with with a painting or a drawing, or composes music, or writes a book. Now that is a literal work. Now the term for protection for copyright of artistic work such as books and music is that copyright subsists for the life of the creator. Plus, now once that creator dies, copyright in that work subsists for the benefit of his estate for a period of 50 years from the end of the year in which the end of the year that person died. For instance, in the recent past, we lost one of our famous writer in Kenya, known as Francis Imbuga. Francis Imbuga wrote a book called Betrayal in the City. I don't know, some of you who like African writers, he wrote the book Betrayal in the City sometimes in the 1980s. Francis Imbuga passed on in the year 2014. Therefore, his copyright in that book, being a literal work, has subsists by law the period in which Francis Imbuga was alive. Now that he died in the year 2014, the end of the year 2014, we now count 50 years from 2014. That takes us to 2064. That is the time within which now the copyright that Francis Imbuga held in his book Betrayal in the City shall be deemed to have lapsed. Now anybody can make use of his work without necessarily seeking any consent or any permission from his estate. And by estate, I mean his legal representatives. The other aspect of intellectual property that to address this afternoon is trademarks. And trademarks forms such a critical aspect of intellectual property in the sense that a trademark in itself tells a lot about the manufacturer of a particular good or service, and it also tells us so much about a standard that has been set by that particular manufacturer. For a business, a trademark will be important in terms of establishing presence of a particular brand, and it is also important in the sense that it, as a marketing tool, it diversifies a business across borders, locally and across borders. Now, trademark registration in our country is regulated by the Trademark Act, and the only requirement that a person needs to establish to be able to acquire a trademark is to come up with a distinctive name or a distinctive device. Now, once the let's say a proprietor of a business comes up with a distinctive device that or a name that is to be used to associate either the goods and services of that business person, then the application is presented for registration before the trademarks registry that is housed in South Sea in an organization known as the Kenya Intellectual Property Organization. So the mark that is presented for registration will be examined so that the test of distinctiveness is established. By distinctiveness, I mean that the mark that is presented for registration has to have the capacity to distinguish the products or the services of that particular manufacturer from those of any other manufacturers in within a particular jurisdiction. In my slide, I have set out some popular brands, and those symbolically and using words represent known brands. I'm sure that if you just, like for instance, if you see the symbol that represents Apple, the computer and phone manufacturer, it tells you just the visual image, the image itself. It tells you a lot about the company, not without, because that impression that you have once you see that sign comes as a result of the investment that Apple have put into their product, so that the symbol itself defines what they are. It sets a standard, and it sells them out there. That's now how important a trademark is to a business. It basically is the badge of a business, and it helps in marketing without necessarily having to give a whole profile of the company. Moving ahead, with respect to the term in which a trademark is vested in an owner, the law provides that at first instance, once an application for registration of a trademark succeeds, then at first instance, it is valid for a period of 10 years, but it's subject to renewal. You can renew the trademark that you've had registered in your favor for in perpetuity. There's no limit. But once you stop renewing, because renewal means you have to pay a subscription to the registry in South Sea, so that the trademark is validated. Once payment is not made, then the trademark, after a period of 6 months, it's removed from the register of trademarks. An example that comes to mind is a Treetop. I don't know who was around when Treetop used to be a famous brand back in the days. Treetop at some point disappeared from the market. I do not have any particular reason why that was so, but you'd note that it has recently surfaced. The owners of the Treetop, the mark, kept it alive in the registry by renewing its validity, but the actual company was not actually manufacturing the juice for sale. So the mark itself value by virtue of the association that people had with this popular brand of juice. Now, recently, there was a transaction in which someone was interested in manufacturing juice, and to their mind, they knew that the brand Treetop was famous with most people who are born by the late 80s, early 90s. So now it's back in the market. So that clearly demonstrates that the trademark Treetop on its own, without even the juice itself, has a value in terms of the marketing that was done in the 80s, which now is still alive, because most guys are now curious to know, is this still the same Treetop, because of the association they have with that former brand. Sorry, the juice that was there in the 80s. The next aspect of intellectual property is called a patent. A patent is in essence, a certificate given to a person that has invented either a process or a product that advances, that is an innovative step that provides a solution to a particular solution in science and technology. Now, amongst the various limbs of intellectual property, patents, I would say, will be the one that is a bit technical, in the sense that there's an elaborate process within which an invention has to go through so as to qualify for the award of a patent. Patent itself is a certificate. And one of the tests that an invention has to meet so as to qualify for the award of a certificate for patent is that there has to be novelty. A novelty in the sense that it has to be new. It has to be something that there's no prior art. It is not something that has been invented and is utilized in any part of the world. So once you submit your application for patent registration, which is also done at the Kenya Intellectual Property Institute, it is subject to a scientific examination, which takes a period of 12 years to determine whether that particular invention is new, is novel. Then it has an element of having an inventive step. It has to be something that there has been some, that has some inventive input of the creator. The last requirement for qualification of a patent is that it has to be to provide a particular solution to a field of science and technology or any other sector in the industry. Now, one of the perhaps a local known device which was awarded a patent is a condom dispenser. I'm sure some of you you've seen them in the gents or in the ladies. It's a device that a local manufacturer used to invented so as to provide a way in which condoms can be dispensed with much ease, other than just leaving a box in the gents and so forth. Now, the last aspect of intellectual property that I'm to talk about today is referred to as trade secrets. Trade secrets, just as the word on its own define, is an idea that a business has in respect to either manufacturing a product or rendering a service. So unlike the other forms of intellectual property, a trade secret does not require any registration. It is part and parcel of an asset of the business, in that the business is not obliged to disclose the processes that it undertakes to come up with a particular product. One of the best kept trade secret worldwide is the Coca-Cola recipe. The Coca-Cola recipe has been around for as long as anyone can remember, and it is indeed very difficult to re-engineer so as to come up with what ingredients actually go into making the drink Coca-Cola. Therefore, it is, in as far as a trade secret is concerned, policing of and safeguarding that secret is a responsibility that is vested in the company that owns that trade secret, because there's no protection that the law provides as yet in terms of legislation that assists in rendering any tangible protection to the owners of trade secrets. Now, moving ahead, trying to link what now we understand about what intellectual property is, and the theme topic of scaling our businesses internationally. The question that comes to mind is, why is it important for us to protect our intellectual property? And experience will show that whenever there is a product in the market that develops such a goodwill or a reputation so as to be a popular brand, there are always individuals or businesses that want to ride onto the goodwill of such a product so that they can reap the benefits that the original owner of that aspect of intellectual property enjoys. Examples abound in terms of how businesses, rogue businesses, have tried to take advantage of goodwill that has been generated by brands to reap from, so to speak, where they've not sown. I'm sure most of you have encountered or you've seen what generically are called fake phones. fake phones in the sense that the branding on the phone itself, you can see the physical branding indicates that this is an iPhone. It has the Apple logo and so forth, iPhone 6. But that phone is not a genuine Apple phone in the sense that a rogue business has tried to pass off a counterband as the original iPhone, so that they reap they reap benefits that Apple Corporation has invested and used to develop its brand. So there is a need for owners of intellectual property, and that is by majority business and individuals, to be their own police. Intellectual property protection is at first instant vested in the owner of that right. The government, as the Constitution mandates it, is required to support, promote, and protect intellectual property. However, there is the primordial responsibility rests with the owner of that intellectual property, in the sense that you, as the brand owner, for instance, you come up with a brand called Kasuku, which we know manufactures notebooks and exercise books. Then out there, through your investigations, you discover that there is a particular manufacturer using the same trademark and producing books, notepads and exercise books utilizing your trademark. Then the choice of action, that is the right vests in the owner of that intellectual property to take remedial steps. For instance, the law provides that that owner can sue the infringer so as to obtain damages or to restrain any further infringement of the trademark. Similarly, music, copyright. It is upon the artist or the person who writes a book to police, to monitor the market and ensure that there is no person out there who's making use of their music without having obtained the necessary permission. For instance, the past 2 weeks we've seen on social media and the mainstream media, there's a group called Elani. They've gone public asserting that trademark has their copyright in their music has been infringed, in the sense that they've not received commensurate royalties. Therefore, you see that's now an artist taking the initiative to go out there to assert their rights and seek protection. But otherwise, if they had kept back, not raised any, not made any statement or gone out there to try and assert their rights, the government cannot step in without the artist himself coming to raise an issue that there's a problem with the use of my intellectual property right without permission or commensurate remuneration. Now, moving forward to how protection of intellectual property is to be achieved. First of all, business growth there depends heavily on marketing. And that marketing is in essence selling a brand to the public. Once a business sells its brand successfully to the public and generates such amount of goodwill, so that wherever you see the brand of a business, it immediately creates an impression in your mind that this is the quality that Apple has set in terms of their products. This is the quality IBM have set in terms of their products. This is the standard that Safaricom, as a trademark, as a trade name, has set in as far as its telecommunication services are concerned. That product, in essence, intellectual property assists in business growth in the sense that it makes it easier for the marketing of a particular brand to be made within a country and now grow to such an extent that now globally it is recognized by virtue of the association of the mark, and the standard that is set by a particular business. Among part of evaluation of a company that can be done on the assets of a company, intellectual property, such as a trademark or copyright, forms an asset, an intangible one at that. So that when you're valuing your business, you do not just value the tangible assets, the tables, the desks, the chairs, the cars, but the brand, the mark itself has its own particular value. And most businesses in developed countries, Kenya is getting to that, have ensured that they have departments that exclusively deal with protection of intellectual property. There's continuous monitoring of how the brand is received out there, how the brand is utilized out there, how, let's say, music is played out there, and in essence, to ensure that the choice of action is policed in such a manner that it curbs any rogue business from taking advantage of an established brand. Now, by and large, intellectual property has been looked upon as a complex and a complex subject that the law has mystified, in the sense that someone who's not schooled in law will not be able to readily appreciate how they can go about protecting their intellectual property, so that it provides the needed aid to improve and promote their brand. But save for the fact that law might be deemed to seem like a technical and a boring subject, it's actually very easy to protect your brand, in the sense that the steps within which you are to apply for registration are well known, and it is open to the public. For instance, the Kenya Intellectual Property Institute has a website that is very informative, in the sense that it sets out the processes, the fees that is applicable in for registration of the various aspects of intellectual property, that is trademarks, patents, as well as utility models. So the process is known, it's in the public domain. It's just that lawyers form a critical cog, in the sense in facilitating registration and protection of intellectual property, because the law steps in to ensure that that is done. That's now how lawyers come in. But the provision of information as to what you require to register a trademark or register copyright is readily available on the KIPI website. I think I have by that covered most aspects of the presentation I was to make today. Unless there is any question or need for clarification, I'll be happy to address the same. Yes, please. I'll come to you.
Hi, my name is Kumo Okore. I wanted to find out, when you said the copyright lasts for 50 years after the life of the holder, does that apply only to literary works or creative works as well?
It applies to literal works, artistic works, musical works, audiovisual, which means film, then broadcasts as well. Now, in the sense, in terms of a broadcast, the term of protection for a broadcast is 50 years from the end of the year when that broadcast was published to the public. Yeah, if you make a broadcast today, then now the 50-year period starts running from the end of the year 2016 for 50 years. That applies to audiovisual and photographs. 50 years from the date you actually made that photograph or the audiovisual work known to the publication. Yeah, I hope that I've answered your question. Thank you. Yes, the lady, I'll come to you, sorry. Yes, yes, please.
Hi, my name is Sandra.
Yes.
You said for patenting, before you can actually be given the license of innovation, it takes 12 years, correct?
No, it takes 12 months. It takes between 12 and 18 months.
Okay, so if whatever, hypothetically speaking, if there's an idea that I have, it's not new in the world, but it's new in, let's say, in Kenyan or African market. Is that patentable?
No, if it exists somewhere else in the world, it will not be patentable because it will fail the test of being a novel.
What if you tweak it to the needs of the current place that you're at?
No, patent is worldwide. Patent, it's not. Enforcement of it is jurisdictional, but the test examining whether an invention qualifies to be a patent is done worldwide. So that now, if it fails the test of novelty, it will not proceed to the next stage of inventive step.
So is there any other, lack of a better name, certificates that such a thing would fall under? Or it's only, if it's not a patent or a trademark, that's it?
You see, there's a distinction between what a trademark will be and what a patent will be.
Yes.
Because a patent will have to be either a process or a product.
Yes.
Therefore, once it fails that test of, once you apply for it as a patent and it fails that test, it means it cannot be protected as a trademark, because that now addresses a different regime of protection.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello,
Yes, hello.
my name is Veronica.
I can't see you, Veronica. Okay. Yeah.
How long does it take to register a trademark? And if you find someone else using your trademark, a name, what can you do in terms of
legal redress?
Yeah.
The period that it takes, your first question, the period it takes to register a trademark, in Kenya, it's an average of a month and a half. A month and a half, trademarks is 3 months. The first month, after the application is presented, then the registrar of trademarks studies it and conducts a search in the registry to identify whether there's a similar mark and advise the applicant that this is registrable or this is not registrable. If it's found that in the database there is a similar mark which will has a likelihood of causing confusion between the two marks, the applicant shall be advised that this is not registrable for these reasons. Then if the registrar comes back with an affirmative answer that this mark is available for registration, then it is published. We have a journal that is kept by KIPI, that's the Kenya Intellectual Property Organization, published on a monthly basis. Now that journal publishes all applications for trademarks that have been received that are under consideration. And the purpose of that journal is to inform the general public. You know, it is assumed that the public has access to the KIPI journal and they're able to check if there's anybody out there who has applied for a trademark that either is similar to or is likely to cause confusion once it's allowed to go through. So the publication is done for a period of 60 days. If after 60 days, no one has raised any objection to the registration of that trademark, then the registrar will just issue a certificate signifying that the trademark has now been issued to the person in whose name the certificate is issued. Thank you. Yeah, so legal redress for infringement of trademark under the Trademark Act, a person who owns the trademark can sue the infringer for infringement of the trademark and claim damages, claim either monetary damages or claim a remedy for an injunction. An injunction is essentially a court order that stops someone from doing something. So if someone is utilizing a trademark, let's say for Safaricom, maybe they are utilizing it otherwise than what Safaricom authorizes, then Safaricom can seek an injunction restraining that person from continuing to do so. Other than seeking damages, is essentially monetary compensation that you feel you have lost or you are worth by virtue of the infringement. You can also apply to get what is called an account for profit. Because essentially, someone who infringes does so to get profit. So if as the owner of the trademark, you're able to compute the profit that infringer has generated from the unauthorized use of the trademark, now you can sue that person to recoup, to recover those profits. You're welcome. There was a question here, in front here, microphone.
Hi, my name is William Wanyonyi, and I have this question. There's these software development contracts that clients normally give to the consulting firms, and most of the times when it comes to the source code or something that can be protected, it's never clear how they go about it. I don't know how can us as the company developing the software most of the time make it work for us instead of against us.
Now, for clarification of your question, the contract that the client gives, is it to come up with a specific software?
Yeah, sometimes it's specific and it might be a bit new, and you might find yourself in a tussle with the client on who will own the rights.
Yes,
because maybe it's something that can be replicated in different organizations that can bring revenue to you as the person or the company developing the software.
Okay, I'll give you a two-pronged answer in the sense that if the terms of the contract, the terms engaging a particular software developer are that the copyright in software, because software ordinarily is copyrighted, if the terms of that contract are that the copyright shall vest in the programmer, the copyright creator, then that is what can be now enforced by that owner. But at times, the agreement can be that the copyright in the work created will be in the person now who is paying for its creation. Therefore, it all now boils down to the terms of engagement. Another scenario that presents itself is that you are employed by a company. You are under a contract of employment and your job is as a computer programmer. Then in the course of your employment, you come up with, you design a computer program. That computer program, at first instance, the copyright vests in your owner, in the employer, because that employer, in the course of your employment, you came up with that copyrighted work, copyrighted software, and you are commissioned, you are technically employed to come up with that program. But if you do it for a client as an independent contractor, and the terms of your engagement are that you retain the software, because what normally happens is that the copyright is retained by the programmer. Then now, if let's say there are updates, now those updates are sold to the client, but the original copyright is retained by the programmer to restrain anybody else from duplicating the work and maybe selling it to other clients. Yeah, I trust I've answered your question.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Cyrus, I have a question about the trade secrets. Let's say us as a company, you said the company has the mandate to protect its trade secrets. Suppose we realize one of us has gone out to expose our secrets.
Yes.
Do we have the legal authority maybe to take some action against such person?
Yes. You would have legal recourse in the sense that if that person is an employee of the company, I'll also give now a multifaceted answer. If that person is an employee of the company, ordinarily companies have confidentiality agreements in contracts of employment that restrain employees from either disclosing internal workings of the company and so forth, which in essence include trade secrets. The company in that sense would have a right to sue the individual that discloses such information and either obtain damages, in the sense compute loss that has resulted from the disclosure. The company can also sue that person so that it obtains an order for injunction, restraining any further dissemination of the information. And prior to reaching a stage where the full trial of the case is had, the company can also now, if it has any suspicion or any evidence that, for instance, you have a laptop or you have files in your house that contain that information, the company can obtain an order from the court, an order that we call an Anton Pillar order, that authorizes a representative of the company with an auctioneer or a court broker to raid your house and confiscate the material that you, without authorization, got from the company, and hopefully you're looking towards maybe selling to a competitor or so forth. So there's always a legal remedy. Yeah.
Any other question?
There's a lady who has been... Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Anthony. I want to find out about trademarks.
Yes.
Is it possible to have two different products, two different backgrounds, having the same, sharing the same trademark? Let's say, for example, you mentioned Kasuku in stationery, but there is also Kasuku in terms of cooking fat and so on and so forth. So I wanted to find out,
yes, is
it possible having two companies, producing two different products, but the same trademark?
Unless there will be an agreement between the two companies, because it won't make any sense, because the essence of what a trademark is to achieve is to distinguish the goods of one manufacturer from those of the next. So it will be difficult, and I've not come across any scenario where there's a sharing of trademarks between two companies. Though the initial question that you asked as to whether there can be two products having the same trademark, it is possible, as you point out, Kasuku, because the trademark is basically just to distinguish that Kasuku products, under the trademark system, there is what we call an IC classification, which sets out a variety of goods and services within which a trademark can be registered. So that you can find that there's a class, let's say class 30, which deals with maybe pastries, biscuits, and so forth. You can find that a brand like for instance, House of Manji has a trademark for biscuits under class 30. Then under class 35, which deals with either stationery, boxes, and so forth, House of Manji, the same trademark is registered for purposes of protecting their boxes. Branded on a box, so they are manufacturing boxes, the cartons they put in their biscuits, but they are protected under the trademark House of Manji to prevent any other person from now trying to register a House of Manji or a similar mark under the same class. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Deborah. I wanted to ask about copyright.
Yes.
Copyright on internet. Like if you have content on blogs.
Yes.
How do you go about? Are there laws in Kenya that govern content on the net?
Yes.
And then if the other one is about trademarks, if there's a company, a local company with a certain name, let's say Kasuku Kenya,
yes,
and an international company that has the same name Kasuku, but it's in another country. Is it possible for such a case, a scenario?
Okay, let me answer your second question. The protection of trademarks worldwide is, at first instance, jurisdictional. When a person applies to register a trademark, the search that is conducted at KIPI will be conducted to establish whether there's a similar trademark within Kenya. Within Kenya, that is either similar or is likely to, maybe the new one is likely to cause confusion to the members of the public as to the association. So the protection is territorial. But protection, we have an international regime. We have a treaty that ensures that Apple, when they come up with their trademark in the USA, they can apply that this trademark through an international registration is registered in multiple countries by a single application. Similarly, the KIPI registry in Kenya, you can apply you come up with your trademark, let's say, for instance, Kasuku. And you want Kasuku not only to be protected in Kenya, but you want Kasuku to be protected in Tanzania, Uganda, South Africa. There's a particular regime in which you present your application for protection and designate the countries in which you seek protection from. Therefore, it will mean that, for instance, I submit my application and I want the trademark protected here in Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, then I exclude a country, for instance, Eritrea. I exclude Eritrea. It will easily mean that someone in Eritrea can validly register a Kasuku trademark because my protection that has not extended to that particular country. So now you see it's the initiative of the owner to know that for me to better protect my trademark, if it goes international, I'd rather register it worldwide to be applicable in all countries. The first question that you ask concerning content protection on the internet, yes, it is possible to protect work that, let's say, is in a blog. In my opening address, I had mentioned that for copyright, unlike and patents, you are vested with copyright immediately you create the work and you publish it. For instance, if I just took a photograph of this audience with my cell phone, immediately I have copyright in the picture that I take. After I've published, I've shown it around, that copyright in that picture vests in me. So that any person, let's say, who writes a story or a story contained in a blog on the web, that person is entitled to protection by virtue of him having expressed his idea in writing, and now it's communicated to the public. But now the residual responsibility is for that person to ensure that he monitors the blog in such a manner that to identify any person who will try to utilize the material that he has posted without authorization of that of the creator. Yeah. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Paul. Is it possible for somebody to copyright a software and patent the workflow process?
To patent the
workflow, how the software is working?
Yes, it is possible. Software ordinarily is copyrighted, but if the workflow or the software itself meets the test of patentability, in that it's novel, it involves an inventive step, and it solves a particular issue in science and technology, then it is patentable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I'm Julio, and I'd like to ask a question about the trademark.
Yes.
And in relation to the business name, can you use the trademark as the business name?
Yes, it is possible. Indeed, most companies actually do that. For instance, Safaricom. It's trademark Safaricom, and it has multiple trademarks. For instance, there is Safaricom, the name, then the device. I think it's a an image of a SIM card with a sash. So the business name itself can be utilized as a trademark.
And then to extend further, if you are maybe having a startup and you are to use a number of tools that have been patented elsewhere, like they are intellectual property,
yes,
from another source, and you have to use them in your business. Do you have to declare that you'll be using maybe the intellectual property from IBM or whichever?
What is done is not just a declaration, but you have to expressly seek permission. Because infringement is, if you do not seek permission of the person who has the vested right, you'll be committing infringement of that aspect of intellectual property. That means you're using it without authorization.
What about like tools which are commercially available from the shops? Like you buy maybe a laptop from the shop and you are to use the laptop in your own business.
No, that one it won't amount to infringement, because the business itself is out there selling its laptop for use as a laptop. So in your business, I presume you'll be using the laptop to work. You're using it functionally as a laptop, but there's no restriction. It won't be infringement for, let's say, you in your business from using an Apple computer.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lina. 2 quick questions.
Yes.
If you're a blogger and a photographer takes your picture, can he have the copyrights to it?
If you're a blogger,
yes,
and someone takes
you hire him to take your pictures, can he retain the copyrights to those photographs?
Yes, you can.
Him.
If the terms of who retains, the person who appears in the image, the one who takes.
Yes, the one taking the photo.
Just as I answered that other question, it depends with the nature of the engagement. If the blogger requests that take my photos, but I'm engaging you and paying you that the copyright that accompanies the photographs shall be vested in me. If that is the agreement, then the copyright vests in the person who paid for those photographs. But ordinarily, if there's no such agreement, the copyright vests in the person taking the photograph.
That means he can use them for other purposes.
Now, there are image rights, not necessarily copyright, but now image rights. Because, you know, if you commercially benefit from using my image, then I have a right to assert image rights that I have for you to account for the profits that you've made out of such use.
So what's that in English?
In English, it means that there's a distinction. In as far as copyright is concerned, it's a right in the author, vested to the author. But image rights, now that's something else, because you're seeking to commercially benefit from my image without necessarily seeking my permission. Then I would have the right to pursue you for an account of the profits that you would make from such use.
Okay, and then if I run an online program, a training program, and then I say, oh, here's a great YouTuber that I love. She's telling the story in an interesting way. Is that a copyright infringement in any form?
If you direct traffic,
yes,
that is not, because copyright infringement will be now someone either posting that without authorization, or someone actually doing the posting, but not someone who directs the audience or internet users to a particular website.
Even if it's part of a program I'm running, a training course, say I'm telling people how to dress well, and there's a blogger who dresses well and talks about 3 key things you need in your wardrobe.
Just a reference.
Yeah,
a reference will not, but now if you utilize it, let's say you put the video in your own blog, for instance, then now you're marketing it and commercially benefiting from it, that will be infringement, because you have to seek authorization of the owner of the video to make use of it in your own, let's say, your own blog. But just a reference, it does.
A reference in an email.
A reference in an
email.
That does not, because I presume that in your question, the video or the YouTube upload already appears somewhere.
Yes.
It was either posted there by the person that owns it or by whichever means. So by referencing a work that has already been made public by the owner, that will not amount to copyright infringement.
Okay, just to clarify, sorry, I'm hogging the mic, but just to clarify, on the photography issue, why would a photographer want to retain copyright to an image of me, whereby I hire him to take pictures of me for my blog, but in the contract he says he retains copyright of the use of the imagery?
Because in essence, contract is about negotiation.
So
it
if
depends
I say,
with,
give me, I want my rights, then he might give me the rights and that's it.
Yes, if it's in writing and it's an agreement, then the rights vest in you as the person who commissioned the photography.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, please.
About what she just talked about, what if you don't benefit from posting the image?
No, you don't have, it doesn't mean that you have to benefit, but just to do it without consent. In the sense that, like I clarified, if the owner of the YouTube video uploaded it herself and made it available online, but this blogger just makes reference to what has been made available, it won't amount to copyright infringement unless the blogger somehow laid hands on the video and uploaded it on their own blog without permission. Now that is copyright infringement.
Even if there's no commercial benefit?
Even if there's no commercial benefit. The only exception perhaps will be, the law makes some exceptions. The law makes some slight exceptions in as far as copyright infringement is concerned. There's an exception known as individual use, in the sense that if you download music, either local artists or, local artists, because local music is copyrighted in Kenya for your own private consumption. But if you're doing it so that either you reproduce CDs for commercial sale, that is now copyright infringement, and it actually amounts to a criminal offense.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question with regards to musical works. Sometimes you have what we call the independent artist.
Yes.
And he or she may do a recording with a producer or a label. And then the producer sometimes would go behind their back and copyright the song. Because sometimes there's no prior agreement because of that independent factor. How would an artist go about that, especially securing or getting back the copyrights?
Ordinarily, what happens is, in the scenario that you've described, let's say an artist now goes to a production house, records music, and they have an agreement that maybe a profit sharing agreement on the copyright. But in as far as creation is concerned, copyright itself has two divisions. I would say two divisions in the sense that they are moral rights. Moral rights are a right that the author, you compose your music, that one vests in you automatically. The production house cannot claim that copyright unless by express agreement, the artist assigns that to the production house, which more often than not is done by agreement. And the agreement is a contract which either of the parties can seek to enforce in court. Then another limb, other than the moral rights, there is now the producer's rights, which are rights that are allied to the main right of the composer. The person now who puts the music together also now has allied rights simultaneous with the moral right that is vested in the actual artist who does the composition. So it is also governed by agreement between the production house and the artist. So getting back the right will depend on the clauses in the contract that would allow an artist to do that through either a court process or an arbitration.
So in a situation where there's no agreement whatsoever, maybe there was just an exchange of, you paid and you showed up in the studio and you came up with a song.
Mm-hmm.
There you will depend entirely on the moral rights.
Yes, it will now vest in the artist as the composer, as the author of the music.
Okay, thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Arafat, and I'm a student from the Technical University of Mombasa, pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Medical Engineering.
Yes.
My question is related to trademarks still.
Yeah.
To give an illustration, that word over there, it reads ushahidi with an I after H and another I after D.
Yes.
If I would like to seek a trademark with a word as well, ushahidi, but with a Y
at the end
after H and a D and a Y after D, it will also read ushahidi.
Yes.
Will that apply?
When you submit your application of now ushahidi with the Ys to the Registrar of Trademark, the first step they do is to conduct a search from the database of trademarks that are already registered to identify whether there's one which is similar, whether there's in existence a registered trademark that is similar, and the proposed trademark will, if registered, will cause confusion or deceive people to think that those two are associated. So now the judgment now on the registrar to determine that if the registrar deems that ushahidi with a Y is likely to cause confusion to the public as to the association between the two, then they will give a negative answer that this is not registrable. Then they give reasons as to why it is not registrable.
Yeah, because actually the reason why I've asked that is that in the healthcare field, there are two different companies.
Yes.
One is Philips, and also the other company is Philips. One is Philips Medical Systems, the other is Philips Healthcare Technologies. But Philips Medical Systems, it is a single L, whereas Philips Healthcare Technologies, it's a double L. Actually, all of that was just Philips in the market.
Yeah.
But actually, they are also kind of like doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So
just to add further to my answer that I gave, the registrar has the first bite in determining whether or not the proposed mark is registrable. Then if the registrar in his own judgment sees that it can go ahead, now publication is made in the KIPI journal. Now for everyone out there to raise any objection that they might raise concerning the application to register now ushahidi with the Y. So if now the owners of now the actual ushahidi, the expectation is that they will come across the KIPI journal and see that someone is trying to register an ushahidi with a Y. Now, if they see that and they have no problem with it, after 60 days, the trademark is granted. So that now there is coexistence of the two ushahidis. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Hey, Paul, once again, how much do you charge for consultation and where are your offices?
I'll give you my card. I have my card here. I'll give you after the session.
Do you do pro bono work?
It depends. We have a pro bono department in our law firm, and we try as much as possible to give back to society by offering pro bono services. Yes, we do. For consultation, that will depend on the nature of the brief, the nature of the assignment. Yeah.
Great. We love the word pro bono, so we are ending the session on a very good note.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Willis, for taking time. Please give Willis a round of applause. All right, so I'll let you stretch your legs as we wait for the Open API guys to come back up, and then we'll begin the panel session.
what you feel it too. I can be your fool. Be your fool. I can be your fool. Be your fool. Somebody said that love is full of pain. We gotta pay for the trouble and heartbreak. Somebody said without pain there is no gain. I may be a fool, but I know love is not a game we play. I can be your fool. Be your fool. 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 I can be your fool. Be your fool.
Mapacha watenganishwi, kalamu nami mwandishi, usinilenga ni malenga, sina mengi mimi ni mashairi.
Oh, wajua nakupenda, wajua nakulinda, we kidosho wa Afrika. Wajua nakupenda, wajua nakulinda, msichana wa Afrika. Nizalie msichana, nami nikupe wewe kijana. Penzi linawiri na kamwe usisaliti. Sina mengi mimi nina mashairi. Oh, wajua nakupenda, wajua nakulinda, we kidosho wa Afrika. Wajua nakupenda, wajua nakulinda, msichana wa Afrika. Oh, 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 oh. napenda, ni wewe nataka. Afrika nzima ya kutamani, ni wewe, ni wewe. Wajua nakupenda, msichana wa Afrika, wajua nakulinda, we kidosho wa Afrika. Ni wewe, wajua nakulinda, we kidosho wa Afrika. Msichana wa Afrika, we kidosho wa Afrika, wajua na kulinda, msichana wa Afrika, msichana wa Afrika. Wewe ni wewe, msichana wa Afrika, 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 msichana wa Afrika.
Wayo, wayo. Wayo, wayo. Wayo, wayo. Wayo, wayo. Asubuhi ni sura yako nionayo, nionayo. Asubuhi ni sura yako nionayo, nikishukuru Mola kukuona we, kweli ni baraka. In the morning it's your face I see, I boil inside, you're here, you're close to me. Na tabasamu lako kanijaza furaha tele, mimi endele kukupenda. Shukuru Mola kukuona we, kweli ni baraka. I'm in love, I don't know what to say. I see you every day, I hope you feel the same. I'm in love, I don't know what to say. I see you every day, I hope you feel the same. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. I am who I am. You are who you are. I like what I see. So we can be napenda mimi unacho tuwe ni sisi. Nikishukuru Mola kukuona wewe, kweli ni baraka. I'm in love, I don't know what to say. I see you every day, I hope you feel the same. I'm in love, I don't know what to say. I see you every day, I hope you feel the same. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Unavyonizengua zengua, unanichemsha chemsha, unavyong'aria zosi, unavyonizengua zengua, unanichemsha
unavyo ng'ari 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 ya so sweet. Asubuhi ni sura yako nionayo, na usiku silali ni sura yako nionayo, nikishukuru Mola kukuona we, kweli kweli ni baraka. I'm in love. I don't know what to say. I see you every day. I hope you feel the same. I'm in love. I don't know what to say. I see you every day. I hope you feel the same. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm so in love with you. I'm in love. I'm so in love with you. I'm in love. I'm in love.
There always comes a time when you live in doubt and the things in your life aren't working out. Mawazo ya kufinya ndoto ni shida, miujiza unataka. See, there always comes a time when you live in doubt and the things in your life aren't working out. Mawazo ya kufinya ndoto ni shida, miujiza unataka. Ni usiku usingizi imebounce and your love life's not working out. Then you wonder what the drama was about. Yeah. Oh. Let it go now. Let it go now. Yeah. Hey, oh. Let it go now. Let it go now. Hey, let it go. Hey, oh. I won't worry about the things I don't already have. I'll just focus on God and put my life in His hands. Siwezi badilisha maisha yangu nikiwaza kila siku juu ya kesho. I won't worry about the things I don't already have. I'll just focus on God and put my life in His hands. Siwezi badilisha maisha yangu nikiwaza kila siku juu ya kesho. Kumenyesha asubuhi sinasema utatu. And I want red to say utatu.
Hey people. Yellow.
Let it go now. Let it go now. Let it. Hey, oh. Hey, let it go now. Let it go now. Let it go. Hey, oh. Yeah. Yeah. Ni usiku usingizi imebeba utatu and my life's not working.
Hi, people. Well, so we're up for the last. I hope all your breakout sessions, parallel sessions were really good. I was down for the API ones, and I've never thought of a Lego as analogy to an API. I mean, when you're a kid or those who have, you have kids. Oh. Yeah, she does. Yeah, you know the Legos the kids play with. Have you ever thought of an application programming interface as a Lego? Yeah. So, yeah, that was very interesting. Scratch. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, today's, those who are down there, like, I'm sure they really had a good time. I don't know about the guys who are up here. How was your session? Nice. Okay, awesome. So we are up for the last bit of the day. All our speakers are in the house. I'll shortly invite Kirui so that we can get started. But just to give you an heads up, for tomorrow, we have, in the morning, we have a fundraising. How many are doing startups? Or, I mean, you have a business, you need cash, kind of. You want to fundraise. So in the morning, there'll be a session on fundraising, how to raise investment for your business. Then the second session will be about user experience research. From my talk and a lot of the talks today, you realize you really have to think about the person. It's not about your product. It's not about, it all comes down to the person. So UX shows you how to do that. So like really, tomorrow you have like a proper, very interesting lineup. Then of course you fundraise, you get in the people, then you need to run your projects. You need to deliver the products when they're needed. Again, tomorrow, that session, project management. So be there for that. Finally, the breakout sessions will be, again, big data, what IBM is really known for, and separating yourself from your business. You know, there you get tied up to your thing. Yeah, so come in for that. And yeah, don't miss tomorrow. If you miss today's sessions, 1 or 2, tomorrow you don't want to miss. So Kirui, welcome our guests and take it away.
Thank you so much, JP. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I won't be really saying much. First, I would like to welcome our panelists. Hello, it's that time. Okay, so on this panel, we have quite a number of interesting people. Probably they are familiar to you, but I think this is an opportunity to get to know a bit more about what they do, and especially around the topic of how they scale their business. We can have a seat. Okay, so I'll start by introducing myself, and then I'll give the panelists an opportunity to do the same. My name is Kennedy Kirui. I currently head the consulting arm at the iHub. Basically, we have a team of 17 freelancers who we coordinate to deliver on different software projects. We've been in operation for the last 3 years. We've had a really good time and some bad times, but I guess that's life. Yeah, so in a nutshell, that's what I do. So to the panelists, I'll just give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, what they do in around 2 minutes, and yeah, then we'll start.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Meme. I work for IBM. What do I do at IBM? A little bit of everything, but my focus is solutioning what I would call a solution, I would say, seller for analytics across Africa. I lead that effort. And before then, I used to work for a telco, more specifically Safaricom. Did the technology implementation for them. So the backend IT systems that you see and some of the stuff that is in the backend, I used to do that, lead the team that did that. Yeah, and I've been around, done some consulting work with some of the big technology companies, both here and out there. So yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? My name is Washek Ndwati Omanga. I'm the founder of a company called Centonomy. Centonomy was founded 6 years ago in 2009. Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah, I'm looking at the age around here. And we teach people to create wealth. So we started by, my background had always been in the investment industry. So my last job was at a bank, and I just took that knowledge and decided to make it into an educational program. So we teach people, our first course, the first course we launched was on personal financial management. I've actually been here before talking about personal financial management. And we run an 11-week course that actually takes people step by step. How do you manage your money? How do you create wealth? How do you protect your wealth? We have trained probably about over 3,000 people just through that one program. Then we now have another program called Centonomy Campus Edition, which also teaches people to manage money and create wealth while they are in campus. And we also have another course called the Centonomy Entrepreneur. Everything we do is geared towards wealth creation. So we've just developed programs that people can actually sign up for themselves and actually come to create wealth. The motive behind starting that company was purely personal mistakes, first of all. I learned when I was earning money what the reasons I did with it, but it's also discovering money before was not a topic people were talking a lot about, and as well as the true story of how do you start a business, how do you scale a business, how do you raise capital for your business. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Asha Mweru. I work with Synapis organization, and Synapis was basically founded on the fact that there were a lot of businesses in Kenya and around the world that were constantly failing. And we really didn't understand what the reason was. But in Kenya, we just took some time to understand the market. And we figured out that one of the things that made a lot of startups not succeed was lack of very good business training. Another thing is, continuous support through that training. And the third thing is funding. So we created a program called the Synapis Entrepreneurship Program that entrepreneurs with business ideas can go through, and through that, you build an actual plan and an actual business.
Hi, my name is Mikul Shah. I guess I could call myself an entrepreneur. My day job, I'm the CEO of Eat Out, which is an online restaurant guide, and also the organizers of Nairobi Restaurant Week, and we have a printed publication called Yummy Magazine. I also am very involved in the tech space as either an advisor or an investor, and I sit on the board of Safaricom's Spark Innovation Fund.
Okay, thanks a lot for the introduction. I think we can all see they're very accomplished. Yeah, so I would like to learn a bit more about the companies that you guys run, the regions you operate in. For example, the number of employees that you have, so as to set some sort of context before we talk about scaling. Anyone can go.
Well, I think it's unfair to IBM. It's a relatively large company. As you guys will know. Some stats, about 425,000 employees globally, operating in 147 countries, but more so in Africa here. My territory is Africa, so anything, the continent, South Africa, all the way to there. Do we function in all the countries directly? No. I'd say 27 of those countries, no, 16 of those countries we have presence directly opposite. The rest we operate, but through business partners. In Kenya here, we've got approximately 350, give or take, plus employees, mostly covering the region of East Africa. And 9 countries, but then the rest of some of us have a bigger territory. So we work with the rest of the organizations, whether it be Nigeria, Ghana, where we've got physical presence and stuff. And the other thing is part of our mandate also, my job is to grow the ecosystem. So business partners is our way to go. So you can say we're not that many, I mean, physically IBMers, but when we count our channel, we don't sell directly. So we've got to go through a business partner. So individuals like you can decide, well, I'm going to register, I'm going to be an IBM business partner. Now, those are in the hundreds. I mean, I can't place a finger, but I would say in Africa alone, we've got about 600 plus business partners who are one-man shop all the way to big organizations that have maybe a couple of hundreds of employees. That kind of gives you the scale.
I'm the one who had to go after IBM. We are in 100 countries anyway. No, we're not, yeah? So I think for me, just that you get the gist, let me just tell you how we started and where we are now. Is that okay with everyone? I'm not going to name 67 countries, yeah? So as I said, I started this business in 2009 because I realized there was a need. And I guess for people who are thinking in the starting phase of the business, like maybe, and you're thinking, well, how do you identify what is the next step for your business? My first business model was going to big companies and trying to get them to give me training contracts to train their employees on how to manage the money. I was a one-man show. Yeah. In addition to that, because if anyone knows, if you work with big companies, they tell you in January, yes, we're very excited, and the work comes in September. Meanwhile, you've got to put food on the table. Yeah. So I was also starting to work with people one-on-one. And I think many businesses at that level, you're the business, you are the key resource in the business. If you are not there, there is no business, correct? Yeah, it is you and your skill, whether it's in tech or whatever, it is you. And it was me, Washeke. People are coming to me, Washeke. Washeke was the trainer. In addition to being the trainer, Washeke was also the messenger. Washeke was the business development. Washeke was the bookkeeper, everything. But I think when we started the training, it hit us to get, and I think every business has to understand, especially if you're thinking about scale, what impact do you want to have? And for me, that has been what has driven scale, yeah? So when I realize it doesn't matter how hard I work, how many hours do I have in a day? 24. Yeah, and I'm not those people who work 24 hours. I do need to sleep. Yeah, so maximum 16. I was like, that's not going to be a business that's going to grow very far because it's dependent on me, my personal time to grow the business. So I thought it's about time to think about this differently. So when I looked at the end user of my product, as much as I was going through the big companies to get the jobs, the end user of my product was the individual. So I then realized I have to structure something based around the individual. So the individual also doesn't need the company to decide to pay for the training contract to get this service, because at the end of the day, it's the individual who wants to know how to manage money. So wherever you're going, look at who's your true market. So we decided to go retail. So we now launched a program. So instead of doing a one-day program, this became an 11-week course. We are a school. We run intakes. Yeah. So we started with a class of 7 intakes, and now we've had up to almost 400 people per intake in this particular program. So when I realized that, I knew even as Washeke, I needed to transition from Washeke is doing everything. Yeah. As I sit here today, Centonomy is conducting trainings all over. And that is, I think, one aspect of sale. You realize it cannot be based on you and your technical expertise. It's about starting that process of transferring the culture, the way of training to other people so that it can run. So right now, as I said, we have 3 programs going on as we speak. I have 12 full-time people, and I also have about another team of about 15 consultants. Because we use experts to train, they don't have to be full-time employees. They actually come in and train depending on the topic that is being taught during the day. So far, a lot of our work has been in Nairobi, but we have started doing some work in Rwanda as well. And we're intending to be in another 2 counties by the end of the year and in Uganda. Yeah, so that's my story. So I'm not in 67 countries yet, but coming soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I shared with Washeke, and a key thing she said was impact, and that's what drove her to scale. That's the same thing with us. When we started, we essentially thought we want to train specific entrepreneurs, and out of 200 people that applied, we only picked 10. Now, it was extremely hard to first pick the 10, and we knew we weren't doing enough for the ecosystem because year in, year out, we had the same business plans applying and we saw the same mistakes. So we decided, okay, we need to do something about this. And a key thing we use to scale and to actually minimize our costs is to use partners. Now, think about it like this. An institution like iHub has a lot of entrepreneurs coming in, but sometimes they don't have the money, the effort, or the expertise to be able to build a curriculum or a program that specifically deals with entrepreneurs, right? But we had one that was ready to go. So we worked with organizations like iHub and other organizations as well, and we scaled the program. So we moved in 1 year, we moved our base from 15 entrepreneurs to 120, and we did that on the same budget. And that's what I think a really, really good thing about scaling should be about. Another thing that we saw is that, okay, with 120, are we compromising on quality? Are we? No. So it does, at one point, yes, you think about it. If you do think about it, your quality is pushed to the very limit. And that's when we started thinking about, okay, if we're going to start scaling, then we need to start thinking about systems, right? when I talk about systems, I mean, how do I grow? How do I move from 15 to 120 on the same budget with the same quality, right? And that's when we started putting in systems and doing all these other things. So within 2 years so far, we put in the right systems, and now we're ready to move to the West. So I wouldn't say specific countries, but we're moving first to the West. That's Nigeria. That's the West.
Okay, so I'm sort of going to answer the question somewhat like you and somewhat like you guys as well. So Eat Out is currently in 3 countries. We just launched in Rwanda. We actually acquired a company. We're in negotiations to do something fairly similar in Uganda, but our focus is primarily Nairobi and Kenya. A few years ago, I was also involved in another startup, a fairly well-known startup. They were incubated by MLab, and they won Pivot in Kampala. It was called sleepout.com. Essentially, instead of being a restaurant guide, it was an accommodation guide, fairly similar to Airbnb. I was involved in the initial fundraising round when we raised $500,000, and then the team sort of got the money and moved to Mauritius, where they based their headquarters and were operating between Cape Town and Mauritius. Now that business is in 65 different countries, from Papua New Guinea to Brazil, you know, and so in terms of scalability, geographical, it's really managed to get out there. I won't sort of comment on where it's going because the company's run out of funding, and you know, there's either an acquisition that will happen which will not favor us because we're in a desperate situation. But on the other side, Eat Out has not managed to scale to many countries. However, that wasn't our goal. You know, our goal was that before we move to another country, and you know, we had tried several times before to look at another country. I think what was very important to understand, you know, is to get what you want to do absolutely correct before you're going to waste a lot of time, effort, and money going to another geographical location, which you're not an expert in. So you really have to sort of spend a lot of more time trying to figure out the localization of that. And so if you're not 100% sure, or you're not 100% clear here in Nairobi, you know, what's next, what's the 2-year plan, what's the 5-year plan, then I think it's, you know, it doesn't necessarily make sense that you're going geographical. So for us, what we've focused in Kenya is that, you know, when somebody thinks restaurants, our name should be appearing first to their focused on diversifying our product and moving away from just one online restaurant guide and booking engine. And like I said, we've even moved back in technology, and we have a print product now. We have big events like Nairobi Restaurant Week. We host the Bar and Restaurant Awards called Taste. So essentially, we did scale, but not geographical. It was a scale of products. We sort of said that we have the customer base, we have people paying us, but can we make more money from the same group of people that are paying us, rather than try and convince all over again a completely brand new idea in Kigali or Kampala or Dar es Salaam. Obviously, we have investors, and our goals right now are to sort of hit a number of countries over a certain specified amount of time. If we do that, we raise more funding, which we've been promised, and then we will be looking at going to the West Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. When I look at other countries like South Africa, I think it's too mature for us. So it would be quite a bad decision to go to South Africa and compete with the guys who are already there doing exactly what we do for the last 15 years. So again, I think, you know, when you're thinking about scaling, you really need to have a formula. You can't think about going somewhere and then arrive there and say, okay, now what am I going to do? So once you've sorted out exactly what you want to do and it's working really well, then you will be able to replicate it. And even replicating it has its own challenges in every other country. You simply cannot copy paste something that's happening. It's a simple example is Uber. Uber, $3 billion, few $1 billion company, comes to Kenya, copy paste, nobody signs up. Why? Because nobody has credit cards. And we were the first country in the world where Uber changed its policy and allowed cash. So again, they have a winning formula. They know exactly how they figured out exactly how to scale. Their platforms are perfect. They move to another country, copy paste the job, and then they have to localize because the market is completely different. Now imagine Uber had no clue what they were doing. They simply wouldn't think about just going all over the world and spending the money. So I think it's a very important thing that, you know, scalability doesn't necessarily just mean that you're in these many countries. In the case of Sleep Out, we're in 65 countries, but there's one property listed in Papua New Guinea, and I don't think anybody in the world is ever going to use Sleep Out to book that property in Papua New Guinea, or anybody in Papua New Guinea knows about who we are. So, you know, interesting thoughts on that.
Okay, any further contributions on that? Mikul actually preempted my next question, which was more to do with how do you know it's the right time to scale? So any further contribution on this?
Thank you very much. I don't know, we're going to be going down but anyway, I'll take I think the rest of the panelists have brought up some couple of things, but I think there's things that I'd like to highlight here. One of my first things that I'd ask you, each one of you guys have got to interrogate yourself every single time and take advantage of these kind of forums and ask yourself, what is my solution or product? What exactly am I aiming? What solution is it aimed at fixing, or what problems? When I'm taking this thing out to the market, what exactly am I selling? Who am I addressing? Is it a niche product? Because the thing is, when you look at a product, either an application or services, there's certain things that are a bit difficult, or the dynamics for scaling are different. Say, for instance, you're a doctor, right? You've got your service, you've qualified, and you've got this very professional, like you deliver a service like what Washeki here is saying. Some stuff is harder to replicate because it's you. Now, the model shifts is very different for those kind of things. So if I'm a doctor, I've got to look at it. I'm racing against time. I've got how many hours in a day? So it's trading hours for money. Somebody who's looking at a software piece of software, I've already delivered. I mean, I've already built it. It's just an issue of commercializing. Scaling is different, right? Because this person is looking at the channel. What channels am I going to use to get my product out there? Social media, web, the whatever, that's fine. Costs are minimal. Somebody with the service, so you look at it and you start thinking, wait a minute, do I really want en masse? Which I'm glad some of that stuff is. Going out to all these countries means nothing. I'd rather at times go to one stick in Kenya, but I've got such a product that has very good high margins. So some products or services are high, margins are high, volumes are low. Or you have a high volume business, but you know the margins are low, right? Do I invoke partners because I can't scale? Those are kind of things that you want. At times, your business, you also have to ask yourself, am I growing this business for acquisition? Big tech companies, especially guys in technology, you notice, does IBM invent all this stuff? No. Does Google and all these guys? One of the biggest divisions is acquisitions. They look for guys like you. And the people who've perfected that business, you grow a company where it's lucrative for these tech companies. You're written a check and you no longer have to work and you can go back and farm. So always ask yourself, do I want to be running that business? If I'm given a check of 100 million today, trust me, I don't want to continue working and doing this thing. The other thing is, there's something called minimum value product. Your product, always interrogate and ask yourself that question. Is this product marketable as it is? It goes back to what you're talking about timing. Give you an example. Look at M-Pesa when it was launched. Was M-Pesa the most stable platform? Did it have all these rich features that we normally use today? No. But you recognize that the timing has to be right. You hit the market with the minimum value product, MVP. You keep scaling and advancing and getting feedback and going through those reiterations and making the product better. Those are the products that you have to get them right. So it's just a factor of several things that you have to look at. The MVP, but ask yourself, would I buy this product if it was me? If the answer is no, it doesn't matter whether your prices. ask yourself, would somebody pay a shilling for this product? Or if I gave it away free? Think about other business models also. If you gave your product for free and focused on the service, what would that mean? The pay-as-you-go model, right? People at times don't want to kill the cash cow. You're hanging on to that, what is going to generate you money, but you've got to think long-term. If I give my software for free, all of a sudden I have 100,000 people interested, and then I start making a couple of $100,000 services.
I just like to, if that's okay, just add to something that you're saying. So I just want to give you a little bit of insight into the model behind Eat Out, and when we raise funding and the pivot, which is a exceptional word, because what pivot means is you're going this way and you completely change another way because your business is requiring you to do so. So how did I start Eat Out? I moved here to join a family business, nothing to do with food or anything like that. It was a factory in Athi River. But I love food, and I love traveling, and I love going to restaurants, and especially when I travel, I love like finding out what do local people eat and things like that. So I moved to Nairobi. The first time was 2009, fairly similar time that you started. And I kind of started a blog, like many bloggers are doing now. I guess I was one of the early ones, and I saw a lot of interest in that. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to work on part-time and move my blog to a guide and do an online restaurant guide. I did a pilot for 3 months, and I went literally knocking on every single restaurant door, sat there, had coffees until the owner would meet me and explain to him the concept and the idea, and managed to sign on a whole bunch of people. Now, when, so for the first year, incredible, every restaurant I'd go to, 100 restaurants, everybody's willing to pay me a certain amount of money, say $1,000. So, I'm making $100,000 in the first year. Second year, it's growing because more and more, but it's still just me and one or two other people. And then I sort of got the opportunity to raise some funding. Actually, it happened here at the iHub, where I was put together again on a panel, and the question was, why do you need money and what do you need to do? And I told them that what I am doing right now is just too much work and it's going to take way too long. And how am I going to do this in Rwanda? I am the guy selling, yeah. So why don't I give my listing for free? Overnight, I will have thousands and thousands of restaurants just sign up for it because it doesn't cost them anything. I don't have to do a sales pitch or anything like that. And how do we figure out a transactional revenue model so that they only pay when somebody actually comes to the restaurant and spends some money? So, it wasn't very clear to me at the time to say, okay, what is this transaction revenue model? At that time, we didn't know. Right now, it's all sorts of things from mobile payments to loyalty programs and gift vouchers and things like that. But essentially, we needed to pivot our company from a subscription model to a transactional revenue model. And we realized that very, very early, that there was just no ways. I can do 100 restaurants a year. That's really hard work. That's going to see a few restaurants every single day and sort of expecting that half of them are going to say no and things like that. So in this case, at one go, we could have turned it around and said, let everybody come on board for free. Everybody would have no objection in doing that, and they pay a small fee when a transaction happens. Strange thing is that in order to actually implement that, that's taken us over 4 years. We're now at pilot stage with a lot of different products, and we made a decision that we shouldn't stop the subscription revenue model and to turn it into a transaction, because what if the transaction revenue model didn't work? That means the few $100,000 that we make every year would completely go to zero, because now we're saying. So for us, the challenge has always been over the last year or so is to how do we transition away from a subscription only to a subscription and transaction, and then later on, once the subscription transaction, the transaction revenue kicks off, is to slowly sort of say, okay, let's not worry about the subscription value because it's not so much. So it's an interesting thing when every business has its own unique thing. And there are some very, very basic things as entrepreneurs that will help you scale your business. One of them, as you mentioned, is your product and your customers. Like, are you just looking at your product yourself, or are you actually giving it to 10 people and then they're giving you the negative feedback? And then are you just saying, oh, forget about them, they don't know what they're saying, or actually listening to what they're saying? So I think like product and understanding what your customer wants rather than what you want your customer to have is very, very important. There's some other very, very basic things. Your team is very, very important. So I'm a sales guy and a marketing guy, but later on in my business, I realized that crap, I needed a lawyer. I wish I had a lawyer on my team. And a lot of you guys might be tech guys. And so you'll have 4 tech guys, and here we go, we're going to form a company and start a business. You're missing some big, big components. So whenever you're looking for the team to found and the team that will help you scale, just make sure that the guy that's sitting next to you on your board of directors or your co-founders or whatever is doing exactly what you're not doing or what you can't do. You need that diversification, because when you're trying to scale, essentially you need so many skill sets, and there's never one person who has all those skill sets. So definitely I feel tech, sales, marketing, law, and the legal side of things, those are 4 components of any business that needs to scale. The amount of legal stuff that I just have no clue about when we're raising investment and signing deals, and we do work with some really, really big brands from Safaricom to Visa and things like that. I just have no clue about them. So I wish, so right now I'm paying a lot of money to hire a legal team to help me get through that. So I wish when I was starting out, I was thinking, oh, like, let me get guys who are not exactly like me on my team, and friends that I know. Let me try and find people who know something that I don't know completely, and let me fill the gap where I know what they don't know. So some interesting things there on how we scaled.
Let's change it a bit, but you can contribute to the topic first and also look at the people aspect. I think for Washeke, you have internal guys. Like, as you scale, you increase your staff. For Asha, you're working with the agency model. Maybe share a bit more about the HR aspect to it, how you recruit and how you grow people. And also maybe from Asha, why they went with the model of just partnering with other people.
And just to sort of add on to, first of all, what has been said, I think, and I'll talk about, for me, it's about understanding what is your motive for scaling. Don't just scale because you hear the word scale, yeah? And for us, I think what has informed it is we're very clear from the word go, I wanted to have a global footprint in financial education. So you have to understand, when you're saying scale, what does it mean? Now, in this day and age, that doesn't necessarily mean physical presence in a country, especially with online. And with us, what we've understood, the training is one of the distribution. That's a distribution mechanism that has worked in Nairobi, yeah? But some of the other areas we're looking into, we are going in with a product that is not necessarily training, but is still imparting the financial education. We've got online books coming out, we've got games coming out, so it's things like that. So it's just understanding for your business. Also, don't get too tied up in the how you distribute it. That can actually change. Then it has definitely that vision, and I think for everybody, any business needs a vision. A vision is what gives it life. A vision is what gives it momentum. There's always somewhere you need to be going, yeah? And from when you start, of course, when you start, you hire the intern who agreed to work for your company, at that point, because you can't really pay anything much. But as you, what has informed why we hire people is first understanding what drives your business, yeah? And for us, yes, we have the training, which is content. So for us, it's first of all, it's content. So what we're doing, we're actually in the business of, and whenever people are saying Centonomy is a training company, actually correct, guys, we're actually not. We create content. That content can be delivered in so many ways, of which training is one of them. But it can also be delivered through media. It can also be delivered through a book. It can also be delivered through a game. So our key driver is content. So we look for people who do we need to to hire content, and not traditionally what you'd think a financial company needs. Yeah, it's not a banker. It's not that. Yeah, one of our best content creators is a lawyer. They don't create legal whatever, but they know the language we need to speak to people. Yeah, we are working with people who know IT, because that is the kind of content we need to be delivered. We work with people who've been working in media, because that is a type of content. You can talk about a budget in 10 different ways that will appeal to 10 different people. That is content. So that really informs you when you start understanding what drives my business. Yeah. For us, it's content. The next thing that drives the business is visibility. It's great to have a product. Yeah, and I know Eat Out is, by the way, one of my favorite companies. It is a highly visible company. Yeah, it's great to have a product, but if nobody knows about it, yeah, you're actually doing nothing. So when we also realize visibility is a huge driver of where we're going, who do you partner with? And Centonomy does a lot of things on media because of the partnerships we built with media. So that really has informed who it is we're hiring. First, you understand what are the drivers of the company, and of course, they're the operational whatevers, and who needs to be behind those drivers. As an entrepreneur, and whenever I'm talking to entrepreneurs, I tell them that you cannot be the only entrepreneur in your company, the only entrepreneurial thinker in your company. And back to the motive for scalability, and it's a question everyone at some point needs to answer. If you leave your business for 3 months, what happens? And you do nothing, what happens? Will your business still be there? From the reaction, clearly not, yeah? So one thing, and I like what has been said to me, it's not about just geographical, it's what structures allow you to go on holiday for 3 months. Me, I'm very clear I want to go on holiday for 3 months, and I've started putting those structures in place. What structures, what kind of people, what partners will enable you to go on holiday for 3 months and your business is an asset, i.e. it can still generate income, it can still service clients without you being there. Because a lot of businesses take off, they have a good thing, but as the person gets tired and older, what happens? The business starts going down. And that's what we don't want to see happening. But part of creating a great company, I believe, is creating a culture in which entrepreneurial attitudes thrive. I remember my frustration in the corporate world, and why I left was you have an idea, someone sits on it, or someone tells you why, you take initiative, you're blasted for taking the initiative. Why did you write that email? Rescind the email. I remember being told that once, yeah? And all the bureaucracy that was involved in trying to get an idea out. So even as you work with people, even if it's an intern working for you, they have a lot to contribute. I realize I don't have the best idea, so I have hired and worked with people who they're better than me. I want to work with people who are better than me in what they actually do. So it's about the culture. A lot about it of attracting and retaining people is about the culture you actually set up with the business, and getting people who have bought into your vision, and they can see also how your vision as an organization aligns with their personal vision for where they want to go.
Can I just add something very just on what you said? You know, the word entrepreneur has really only become cool very recently. Yeah, 15 years ago, an entrepreneur was a loser who couldn't get a job or couldn't be a lawyer or couldn't be a doctor. He was the guy who just had to do biashara because nothing else was going to work. Yeah. So I think one of the things that, you know, I really sort of, you know, and maybe it's sort of against the whole thing. I'm an entrepreneur. There is a lot of merit and benefit to the corporate world as well. You get training, you understand reporting, you build massive networks. You know, he works for IBM, he has 425,000 colleagues, yeah? So you can imagine, so I always think that, you know, coming straight out of university and doing what Mark Zuckerberg did, it happens to very, very few people. If you look at the big entrepreneurs, you know, and the big brands right now, a lot of them have done it in very late in their lives, and that's because they got a lot out of the corporate world as well. So while I do agree with you that there is bureaucracy and there is, you know, like challenges in corporate because you can never get heard, and you know, there's just lots of procedures to follow. I also think that, you know, the corporate world allowed me to learn quite a lot. It allowed me to deal with people. It allowed me to build networks. It allowed me to really figure out reporting and structuring and, you know, things like that. So my advice to a lot of people will always be that, you know, going into jobs is not a bad thing. And a few years ago, nobody wanted to be an entrepreneur. It was the sort of the last thing that you would do. You want to be a lawyer and a banker and you know, this and that. And the guys who couldn't do any of that, who were not bright enough to do any of that, ended up being entrepreneurs. Now everything has changed because there are lots of opportunities. But just to consider that, you know, the corporate world teaches you a lot of lessons that as an entrepreneur I found very, very beneficial to me. And I think that one of the reasons why I have actually succeeded was because I spent at least some time. I actually spent 8 years in the corporate world, and it really changed, you know, the way. And I think that if I had done what I was doing in a similar time, you know, correct timing 8 years ago, I wouldn't be the right person to sort of be able to grow the business to where we have. So lots of different factors that can affect how successful a business is, but one of them is that, you know, how mature you are as an entrepreneur. And I don't think many people can do what Facebook has done, or you know, what some of the younger guys out of the Silicon Valley are doing right now.
Yeah, I think let's just go back a little bit about the team, right? And Washeke said something really important, and that's culture, right? And a little bit about Synapis is that when we decided, listen, we're not impacting as many people as we want to. 15 a year is not enough. We want to be able to impact more. And we decided, all right, for us to be able to do this, how can we do this? And still, it was like, I think 2 years down the line, we just started Synapis. So we still didn't have that much money. So if you think about it, how do we move from 10 to 15 entrepreneurs a year to 120 without rocketing our costs? So we decided, all right, we need to work. That's why we needed to work with partners, and that's the main thing. The amazing thing is that even as we scaled, we remained around 2 people in Kenya, Nairobi, and 1 person at that time in London. So we didn't really increase our team. In fact, we reduced it. We moved from around 5-6 people to 2 people in Nairobi and 1 person in London. So I think it's not always about, oh, we're scaling, we need more people on the team, but, oh, we're scaling, what do we need to run efficiently? And the answer is not always team, all right? So when we went back and we started thinking about it, do we really need more people on the team? We're like, not really. We just really need to understand our model. Another thing that is very important, not just to organizations that are social enterprises, but even to businesses. Do you have a repeatable model? Do you understand it? Do you understand when a customer comes to me, what happens? Can I repeat that every single other place? And can I tweak it in other places to make sure that it works? For us guys, we understood our model and we said, okay, because we understand our model, we're going to bring in other people to help us build this model, to help us work with this model. So a key thing about scaling is not, the answer isn't always go ahead and build a big team. Yeah, that's what we realized. And culture also helps. Now we're starting to build our team. And the key thing about us is that we have our own culture. We know what kind of person thrives at Synapis. We know what kind of person thrives working with Synapis as either a consultant, as a trainer, as a facilitator, as all these other people. And we hold that so close, and that's one of the key things that makes our hiring decisions even now.
Maybe I can contribute to that, a little bit of hiring. One of the things, and I think it may have come out, ask yourself, in my organization, what do I need to be known for, right? Now, I want to be known as a tech known as a technology company, right? Even when you meet anyone who's in sales who has no clue, HR, whatever, oh, I work for Safaricom, oh, you're the guys who whatever. You've created that brand, that image. We are a tech company. And it was not by mistake. This was driven in, we live and we sell technology. That is what we were selling. So whether you're in HR, whether you're in whatever, you need to have that elevator pitch. I'm stopping you I'm asking you some certain things I didn't know. I mean, I used to be stopped all the time and people would ask me, Bumbernet, Scratch. I couldn't even keep up with the bundles and stuff. But guess what? Everyone. That was instilled in us. Number two, things would fail. Don't think that things don't fail. In that big house, greenhouse there, or in organizations like IBM, if I tell you how many things that we acquire that don't even see the day of light are so many, right? Everyone nowadays purports to have an innovation. Even here, there are a lot of innovators. And there were questions here about the patent, right? Copyrights. Everyone wants to say, this idea of mine is unique. I almost want to guarantee you it is not unique. The problem is we are caught in this analysis paralysis. This is mine. I'm going to patent it. I'm going to make sure it looks nice. It looks whatever. Guess what? Your competitor, your person who seated next to you, never had a conversation with in iHub, packaged, went to market, tested it, came back, morphed it a bit, and they're off. So at times, let's not get caught in those small things and saying, my idea, somebody's going to steal it. By the time somebody gets your idea, you made so much money, you're not even going to come back and do that. So always think about that. The one thing I'll tell you, sell, sell, sell. Everyone in your organization, as small as it is, convert everyone into a seller. IBM, as big as it is, everyone is a seller. And that's been the culture. And it's instilled in you. Whatever you do, you need to be able to identify opportunities, articulate customer requirements, right? And be able to say, okay, this customer wants this. Localize a solution. So some stuff is a bit complicated, but everyone should be able to identify a need and be able to say, this is the... So even when you're hiring, at times, don't hire the same kind of skill sets. We are techie companies. There's a typical scenario. I'm going to hire my techies because we're a techie companies. We're all engineers. But none of us can sit in front of a CEO and articulate how we're fumbling over our solution and what it is that we say. And yet, we can bring in somebody who doesn't have the technical skills, but that person puts that in front of these people, articulates. At times, we keep quiet. You go in there to that meeting, and even as a CEO, you let him or her talk, right? And guess what? They've gotten through to you. Now, the CEO is not going to be the one implementing that. They open the doors. Now you're talking. Now we come in and we're saying, okay, fine, let's peel the onion. This is the technology. This is it. But we have a tendency of thinking we have it all. So even when hiring, look for the skill sets. People who are hungry for business. That is something that you want.
Can I add something? I think a key thing we all said is that we never started with the product. We didn't say we have a product. Okay, now let's go to the market, right? It was, there seemed to be a problem. Some people didn't know exactly how to manage their money, right? You didn't have access to somewhere where you could find restaurants. We knew entrepreneurs were failing because they didn't have good training, mentorship, and consulting and funding, right? But a lot of times you meet an entrepreneur and the one thing they're certain about is their product, but they never are certain about their customer, the problem. So a key thing, even when you're scaling, as you're growing your business, all you need to think about, and the key thing you need to think about is, who is my customer? What problem am I solving? And if you can't articulate that, then you're not doing the right thing, you're on the wrong path.
Okay, I just also like to add that when you're thinking of scaling and also being in the line of being efficient with people, you've really got to think about your brand. Yeah, your brand is an asset that will work for you. You don't have to put salespeople on the ground, but your brand can sell itself. In Centonomy, 70% of our business repeat or referral business. So we've not had to go to someone and actually say, hi, can I make you a cold call from scratch? Yeah. So even as you're growing your business, and that's what I've been talking about, don't be the technician in your business. Maybe you're the technician today, yeah? But, Bill Gates once said, there's a quote he said, I actually used it in a talk earlier today, that he said, in school, I failed a lot of my subjects, and my friend who's an engineer passed all of them. Now he's an engineer at Microsoft, and I am the owner of Microsoft. You see, you get what an entrepreneur is supposed to do is be able to put resources together. So as you're starting out, you may be the resource, but it's about letting go so that you can think about spending time. What is the best use of your time? The next step and the next step and the next step. So when you build a brand, the brand should be bigger than you. So whether or not you're not there, the company is still doing what it is supposed to do. And he's saying the company is still selling and they grow. IBM has grown that big because it is a brand. And when you're a brand, even when you're coming out with a new product, it is not as hard to sell as the first product. When we came out with Centonomy Campus Edition, it was not as hard as the first product because we had already built a reputation and a brand. And a brand, just to link what she said, is not what you said it is. Your brand is not your logo, yeah? Your brand is the experience, the memorable experience your customer has with you, yeah? So as you're putting in your systems, your processes, you're training people, or you're getting people in, it is people who are aligned to your brand, all the way from when someone calls, is it Sasa? You know, things like, I've called office and you hear that. Sasa, already your brand has been spoiled. When you write an email to someone, and I get this a lot, yeah, have they signed off as XOXO? You know, things like that, yeah? Is it proper English? Is it proper, especially me, I'm in the communication world. Is it proper communication? So when you build your brand, one day you will not have to do so much selling. One day you will enter a new country and not have to do so much selling. I didn't see Netflix here with banners and things all over the place. No. Has anyone from Netflix personally called you for a cold call? No. They have a brand, yeah? So as you're doing this, just remember one asset that will save you a lot of money from hiring so many people or putting in so many resources is the ability to create a brand, which is bigger than yourself as an individual.
I'll try to steer the conversation to something else. One last question, then I'm pretty sure the audience has a lot of questions. So the next thing I would really want to know, and probably the audience too wants to know, when you look at startups, there's the organic growth phase, and then there's that point at which you actually need to get funding to get to the next stage. Can you share an experience in that if you had it? Just moving from organic growth where you're just getting money from customers to actually getting investment so that you can move to the next level. Any experience on?
Yeah, so I've been involved on both sides. We've raised funding for Eat Out, we've raised funding for Sleep Out. I've been an investor, hate to admit it, but even in Gafla and lots of other businesses. And now I work with Safaricom to help them put money into businesses through the Spark Fund. I think, you know, the first thing is that, yes, it's great to have the money, but it's not, somebody's not just giving you money, you know, like they need something back. In fact, they need a lot more money than they gave you back. And so you have the added pressure of having an investor on your side or on your company. So there are positives and negatives there as well. If you know, my investors have been pretty hands-off, and they've let us do a lot of the things, and sometimes we've had to diversify or change, you know, something that we're completely set on when we were, you know, we convinced them we need money for this, then we got the money, and then suddenly we realized that, okay, we actually don't want to do that. And so my investors have been great. I've met and come across many founders and startups where investors are not willing to budge. You know, they said that you raise the money for that and now you're going to do something else. So, you know, there's a big conflict of interest. So there is a lot of pressure that comes with the investors. It could be negative sometimes. I think it as a founder, it's very important to have expectations and manage those expectations. Your investors should really understand, like, you know, what you want. So my advice always is that in the first case scenario, don't raise money if you absolutely really need to, and only raise money when you're almost, you know, close to 100% sure of scalability, when you know that this is how I'm going to go about it, and I can't go about it any other way apart from having some funding. So, you know, they're not giving you money so that you can buy a new car or smart clothes or anything like that. Yeah, like that should not be the aim. So I think that a lot of people are so focused on raising funding And a lot of guys are just applying for competitions and grants and things like that. That's not a business model. Applying for a grant is just not a business model. It's too much work, too much deviation from what you're supposed to be doing. And the worst thing is that you might not win. Somebody else could win it, and so you've spent 3 months trying to prepare. And so while it's good that these things are happening and it's creating more of a culture and more entrepreneurs and more people trying, I personally think that funding is something that you should worry about a little bit later, when you've got a good team, you've got a good product, you have a strategy of scalability, you've addressed your customers' needs, you've listened to them. At that stage, everything is going to go well, and even then sometimes they don't. At that stage, it's very the right time to sort of think about raising funding. For us, the funding has been really, really good, but there's no better business than a sustainable business. Yeah. So yes, even companies like Amazon, and they are not making a single cent today. Every day they lose a lot of money, and I think that's the biggest difference between this part of the world and Silicon Valley. And as an entrepreneur, and as when you're thinking about scaling, it puts us in a much, much harder position than the guys in the Silicon Valley. The guys in the Silicon Valley do not have to worry about making money. They have to worry about how much traffic, how many customers compared to yesterday. So essentially their value keeps on increasing on paper, just based on the number of users and the scale that they've reached, but nothing. So when you look at WhatsApp, which got bought by Facebook, and you look at where is WhatsApp? WhatsApp is not making a single penny. They were supposed to charge $1 per year for, say, 1 billion users. They've never really charged me for the last 4 years. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just really special.
Tell you what.
But at the end of the day, they're sold for $1 billion, because those businesses in Silicon Valley and also in China are just worried about numbers and growth. Unfortunately, investors and the tech scene here is very young, and very few people are just going to say, where am I going to see the next billion? The next billion people in Africa come from 54 different countries, maybe 1,000 different languages. It's not that easy to just say, I'm going to get, so we have to worry about profitability and revenue as well. And that's why I feel that it's a very different scene to Silicon Valley, to where we are here. We have to concentrate on sustainability, making our product, so when you do raise funding, you're almost guaranteed of going to that next level. But in the West, people can raise $1 million with zero. I mean, on the business land, there's no plan of making money. Yeah, it's like, oh, we'll figure out how to make money once we get 1 billion people on our platform. Over here, no investor is going to simply let you do that yet. You show me how much money you can make with 100 people, then with 1,000 people, then with 100,000 people, then maybe I'll think about putting money, because you've already showed me how to do that. So I think there's a big difference between what's happening in the mature markets and what's happening here.
Okay. Go first.
All right. I have an experience similar to what you're talking about. Actually, so Centonomy was not my first business as well. Yeah. I started a stockbroking agency because that was my immediate expertise, and I got into that business with partners who put a bit of money on the table. Of course, 2 years later, everything went, I realized that's actually not what I want to do. So from my experience, and even when we teach in our classes, when teaching people about raising capital, I also believe it is good to be a bit sure of what you want to do, because I found immediately, I'm new in business. Suddenly I have partners. Suddenly they're calling for a board meeting every month. I don't even have space to think. And it was more of do this, do that, do that. So slowly over time, if you immediately have partners, you find that people are starting to direct your agenda without you actually knowing it. So I've discovered now with being able to go through Centonomy to the process where it's a profitable company by itself without ever raising money apart from an overdraft in the bank. I am now at the place where I'm very clear about the vision. So I'd be very clear. If an investor was to come in, I'd be very clear about where you're going. And even as the investor, you fit into the vision that I am giving you, yeah? Rather than someone directing you. And now we're very clear. This model has worked in Kenya. We know now we can So you're replicating a model. So go out. I also believe, like he does, go out, spend some time, test it. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Then also, what kind of capital? Because another mistake is, and especially just as you're saying, the entrepreneurship is big talk. Even this year, last year actually, capital became a big talk. GS Summit, oh, investors are in Kenya, yeah? So capital became a big thing. And I find people even who don't even have one customer, you don't even have one client, you're already talking capital, yeah? So create some value in your business. So even when the investor comes in, they're not taking 80%. And these are actually some classic mistakes I've already seen people making, where the investor has come with money that right now you think is a lot of money, but had you given your business 3 years, that is the money you'd be generating in income, yeah? And the investor has come and taken 80% of your business. Had you waited a while, they can come in later to take it to the next level and get a cool 25% of your business or even less. Then if it's short-term money, understand, go and explore. Do you need an overdraft or do you need an investor? Yeah, some people don't know the right use of capital. So capital, first of all, there are 3 types of capital. First of all, there's customer-funded capital. If you have a cash flow business, a business has clients and money is coming in, you can learn how to use that cash efficiently. So number 1, your customers' receipts are actually capital. Number 2 is banks. Yes, I know banks have their issues, but today is not the day to talk about all the issues banks have. But sometimes I've seen people bring in equity investors, yet all they needed was an overdraft because someone was trying to bridge, you know, I have business, monthly expenses, but my clients pay every 3 months. You didn't need an investor to come in and take 25% of your business. You just needed an overdraft, yeah? Is it a project? Do you need a term loan on what? And then what is the stage to actually get in long-term investors? But as you said, an investor will come in with something. What is your own relationship with money? So even though you do get money in, are you excited because you've seen 10 million shillings? You're like, ooh, it's so much. Let's go buy a new Subaru. You see, those are kind of things. So we sometimes bring our own financial baggage into the money we are getting in. So first, you have to resolve. When I get in money, if you've been using money badly personally, chances are you're going to use that money badly in your business. So resolve your own personal money. Learn how to manage money in your business. Your business expenses and your personal expenses are 2 separate things. Yeah, you should not be carrying your business checkbook around, yeah, and get that right even before we start thinking capital. So if you do need capital, capital is available, but are you ready for the capital is what you have to ask yourself. Are you mentally ready? Are you ready for other voices to sit around the table with you and have a say in your business? And can you manage that? So there's a lot, I think, to think about, but at the right time, capital has helped people, of course, move faster than they would have had they waited for organic growth. Yeah.
I think I'm not going to belabor. Very nice, interesting. I think she took away, said a lot of that thing. The one thing I'll tell you guys, the minute you bring an investor, be ready to be scrutinized, right? Those guys will toss you upside down. They want to know your grandmother's name, plus, your kidney, your kids, your whatever. You've got to be ready to do that. And rightfully so. If I'm going to pump $1 million into your business, I really want to know this person is not going to be, what kind of person am I dealing with, right? Remember, it's a numbers game there, right? So don't fund your prototyping. What take away here? Fund growth. You've tested, you've got a successful thing. The only thing now you're saying, man, I've got 10,000 customers, but there's 100,000 customers knocking at my door. That is a good problem. You're saying, I need to move from iHub. Now my customers are saying this place is too squashed. They're getting too squeezed in here. I need to get a bigger premise. But the minute that you start funding something that you don't even have a customer, but then you want this entire land, sitting area, what are you saying? Hoping that your nice product that you thought is going to whatever. So shift that. Growth is always a good problem, and those are good problems to have as a business. And you can always overcome that. And no one is going to refuse to fund that. So vision, have that, own it. That's what investors are looking for. If you miss that vision, it doesn't matter. Somebody else like you had, boardroom. It's a cutthroat. Let me tell you, you sit with some of these guys, and let me tell you, it didn't start now. Even with corporate organizations, outsizing each other. I walk in and somebody is already sizing you from the way you present yourself, your etiquette, firm handshake, as simple as something like that is. You give a lame handshake, somebody knows already, fine, I've got the upper hand. And in there, it's a bloodthroat. They want to take away these, I need your intellectual property rights. Before you know, you started it, company is successful and you're out there. So you've got to ask yourself, what is that vision? And own it. And like some certain things, know when to walk away. And when at times, even that boardroom, you can say, you can give away and say, you know, guess what? I know I'm never going to be successful, but I'm willing to give 50% in order to get that 100 million. So if I get 50% of 100 million, I'm better off. If I stick here alone, I won't even get that 50 million. So take advantage of some of these softer skills that we get. And I'm glad this is happening. Intellectual property, the financial aspect. How do you present yourself? Like I said, if I put you in front of a panel of C-suites, sell your product, take you to Safaricom, there you are. What are you going to say? How do you present yourself? You get that 1 minute. That is a skill you can practice. Have your other guys present and say, this is my business plan. How many of you guys have really done a business plan? Right? Business plan, you're looking at your market, you're looking at your channel, you're looking at your value proposition, be able to say, this is my value proposition. You've looked at your costing. You've said it's a volume business. The whole, try and think end to end of your business. Present that to your guys. Call us in, come in and say, guess what? iHub, IBM, check it, guys. I need some guys. Critique my business plan. This is my business plan. That's acid, litmus test. And you're going to go places.
Let me just add a shameless marketing plug. Yeah. If you go through the Synapse program, the program actually teaches you everything you've said, channels, costs, everything. And by the end of 16 weeks, you actually have a business plan. The course is actually going to be taking place at iHub. So I think if Mercy's around, or you can email Mercy at Mercy Desha, or I think it's Mercy at iHub, Mercy at ihub.co.ke, and then you can apply.
Okay. Thank you for your marketing. Okay. So any burning questions? I think you're almost out of time. I'm only going to take 3. So 1, 2.
Hi. Well, I love that we're talking about revenue. So yeah, we're away from funding. Let's talk about customers. How do you get people to pay you for their unpaid invoices?
Collection, let me tell you what. We all struggle with collection. There are one of the most important things that you need to learn upfront. Don't be ashamed of slapping that invoice in front of your customer and saying, please, I need to get paid for this. It's a typical mistake we see with startups. I mean, I've been there. I also run my businesses on the side. And to be honest, it's not my strongest, it's not my strength to go in and give me my money. You know I did the service. And you're chickening around and you're dancing. Be bold about it. Now, the difference is why you see between the businesses here and the guys, like in some of these mature markets, where by the time the ink is drying, I have a contract, I've preempted and said, my invoicing is going to be 50%. And by the time I'm delivering, it's already in there. And I'm knocking and I'm already claiming and saying, we need to get paid. Now, if you know you don't have, those are some of the skills you need to acquire. There are guys who are ruthless in here. It's a phone calls, it's a persistency until somebody says, yes, I truly owe these people. But the problem with us, because you're a startup, you're afraid of, oh, a big company is going to come in and take the business, so let me be nice. Don't be nice about collecting. Especially if you've delivered, stand by your quality and go for it.
I'll just give you my experience with that. I faced it. It's a balance, I think, of yes, you're whatevering, but you're also trying to build a reputation at the same time. And the truth of the matter is, if you're all up in their face, shouting at them, whatever, because I've also tried doing it that way, they may also never call you again, because the thing is, they remember that last experience with you, where whatever it is. But and I think in the beginning, this is my experience, and actually, you're going to have to go through a phase in your business where you know you're building a profile, and these are some of the the issues that you're going to face when it comes to collection. One thing that started helping me, first of all, is at the point of getting the work, agree on the payment terms. So I found that once you do that and you say, and so that if it's 3 months, you also know that it's 3 months, because there's some companies, their policy is 90 days, yeah? So at least even you know it is 90 days. So I found that helped a lot. And where possible, you can sneak in a clause for every delayed payment per month is 5%. Me, I've done that as well, yeah? They didn't really look at it, yeah? But as you build and that's why back to brand. If you build your brand, you then, the script then starts to flip, yeah? Like now you can dictate your terms. Like now these days, we're very clear. Our terms are X, Y, Z. Take it or leave it, yeah? Or you want 90 days, the amount has suddenly moved from 100,000 to 300,000 because there's a time value of time. So I think it's phases. Accept that phase, but try and negotiate the terms upfront. But understand, as you build your profile and you build your brand, you have more of an input in what you want the terms to be.
Yeah, I really, this is one that hits us every single time. I just think that, look at Netflix. Yeah, we use that as an example. Yeah, you're not going to send a check to Netflix or anything. As long as you don't pay, you don't get Netflix. So if you want Netflix, you pay for Netflix, and that would be the ultimate model for collections. Yeah, which is, and that's what happens. Zuku, if you delay your payment by 1 day, they cut you off. You have no internet, then you have to go and pay them. So we face exactly the same problem. We have one person whose job is literally to be on the phone and chase payments. We have all those terms, so there's a 2.5% late payment fee per month, blah, blah, blah. Every restaurant, according to me, banked with Imperial Bank because that was the excuse. Oh, but I bank with Imperial Bank, kind of thing. And you're like, what? Every restaurant in Kenya banks with Imperial Bank? What the hell? Yeah, it's a very, very tough one. But really, the golden model is if your product is so valuable to your customer that they are willing to pay for it upfront, and if they don't pay, you can turn it off. That's a great business. Like that's the kind of business that you should aspire to building. It's very difficult to get there, and yeah, there are lots and lots of challenges. We face them all the time, but no restaurant can turn around and say to DSTV or whatever that my money's held up at Imperial. Fine, but you won't get any DSTV, or you won't get any Netflix. So I think that's if we look at models, that's a perfect model to pay upfront for the services that you're providing. In reality, yes, it doesn't work, but at least you should be looking at ways of getting up to there.
Get part of your cash out, even if you can't get everything. Positive cash flow is what you want, because then you're able to wait it out. Now, I think in this region, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
Other regions, people respect that. You did the work. I told you to come after 30 days. Even if I miss it by 2 days. Right? Here, somebody says, yeah, inbox, you come back, and it has to marinate and stew there. And we struggle with that even as big corporations. Those times, some of these guys, people don't respect some of that. I mean, even you think reputable organizations that you're thinking, I'm going to do business with these guys. Typical, nothing against counties. Have you been, I don't know how many guys of you guys have done business with counties. Counties are a problem. It's like those guys are not professional. You wonder, where did you guys come from?
Yeah.
You guys you sit there for 6 months, you hate me, but none of you guys have gone 6 months without a salary, right? And I think we're getting there. We're going to get there. So it's a technique of some of these things, but don't be ashamed. My point is, don't be ashamed to talk about money, especially you've earned it, and be able to say, yes, can I collect something? If you can collect something up front, it helps you, because if you're going to go the financing way, that's going to be a pain. The pressure from those guys is going to drive you nuts. You're going to be looking for a roof to jump on.
Yeah.
I think we had one more question. We'll just take that or two. Is there any other person? Okay, just one more person after that, then we close.
Hello. My question is on visibility. So you have a product and you've done a test run in the market and you know it's a good product. But the capital you have is you've gotten funding from your family and friends. So how do you reach people who are not on social media? Let's say, for example, I've used social media and I've not reached the target that I want. I do not have the money to put up a billboard or to advertise on somebody else's website, for example. So how do I get visibility?
I've got some comments on there. So it obviously depends on your product, but I'll give you a simple example. When I started Eat Out, I didn't have any money. Yes, you'll see Nairobi Restaurant Week billboards today, and we've sort of grown to there. But I just want to run through my experience. It's not the perfect experience. It might not be applying to everybody. But essentially, what I sort of did is exactly, I don't just have money to test things out and throw out there, and hopefully somebody will catch a bone. So I thought about, okay, who is the person that I'm trying to get? And my first answer was somebody trying to find a restaurant. Yeah. So the first thing that I did is I looked at Google and Google search. And I said that if somebody is trying to find a restaurant, they're probably going to go on to Google and either type in the name of a restaurant or type in a cuisine or type in just restaurants in Nairobi or something like that. And there was nobody in those results. And I could quite easily beat those results. So the formula that I used was that rather than going out to finding customers, I looked at my product and I knew that what if I just looked for the guys who are actually looking for my product, actively find, so rather than being reactive and just, being like, I want to be very proactive in terms of, okay, if you're looking for me, here I am. And I felt that Google and search and Bing and, those kind of things was the first place to start. Then as we focused on developing content, and we produced more and more content, we actually went and formed partnerships. So we did a partnership with Capital FM on radio. We did a partnership with Business Daily in print. We simply could not afford to print out our own magazine at any single time, but we knew that these publications wanted content, and we had that content. We had information that nobody else seemed to have. So we really focused on, if we are the content producers, so today, we not only are we getting, so Mr. Fury magazine, Kenya Airways magazine, actually pays us to write their restaurant column in their magazine. So, if we flip the whole thing up, we actually want to be in Mr. Fury. If we had a lot of money, we'd have probably said, okay, how much does it cost to be in Mr. Fury? We'll just buy an ad. Because we didn't have any money, we said, how are we going to get in there? We weren't hoping that they would actually pay us for it. We would have happily done it for free. I hope they're not tuning into this. But essentially, we looked at sort of very, very small sort of incremental things that, okay, what is it that we do that nobody else seems to be doing, and how valuable is what we do to some other people? So for Mr. Fury, it was important to let their Kenya Airways passengers know that when you come to Nairobi, these are the restaurants that have opened this month or something like that. And so we pitched to them and said, you don't have a restaurant column, why don't we do it for you? And then later on, we actually started earning money from that. Not a lot of money, but at least it paid for our costs for producing that content. So I think, we've sort of looked first at somebody looking for you is possibly the best person. The least amount of money you're going to spend as a marketing dollar is to get the guy who's already trying to find you. And search helped us a lot with that. Content partnerships in especially the media that we were not strong at. And to be honest, social media nowadays, I work fairly closely with Facebook. I've been an ambassador to Facebook and they've flown me, all around the world. Facebook and social media is just going to become more and more expensive to advertise on because everybody's doing it. And so there's just so much crap that you want to get through to, so when you were spending $10 a month, now to reach that same audience, you're going to spend $100 a month. And it's just going to increase because everybody's trying to do that. So I think it's also finding out like how niche can you get and how, so having conversations with your customers on a small level is the best way to start the marketing. You don't need, 500 customers today who will preach about you. And then you're not spending any marketing dollar because he's going out and telling people about you. So, concentrating on customer services, concentrating on all sorts of other factors that that means that your existing customer base is actually going to, and you said 70% of your business is referral, so if you had just concentrated on getting thousands of people through the door, but the training was utterly crap, you're constantly going to spend money on trying to get more and more people through the door. But rather than that, somebody who's actually paying to do your course is now the guy who's going out there and selling your business for you. So there's a lot of things that you can do when you're bootstrapping and you don't have the money. And billboards are the worst possible thing. They'll give you visibility, but you don't even know who's looking at it. So when it comes to a fancy restaurant, yes, I can have a billboard out there, and it's important. And billboards, magazines, all of that. When you have a certain budget, it's important. But at the end of the day, I have no idea who's looking at that billboard, whether they're male, female, what age, what income level, nothing. So as a marketeer, there's essential things that people have to do. However, if you can't track your return on investment, as a marketeer, that's a really bad sort of investment to make. So social media, Google search, analytics, those are the things that I would focus on if you don't have the big budget. But then more importantly in that is, how can you make your customer be your billboard? And that's what you've done. She has a certain number of people coming through, and they're all walking billboards and telling their friends and their family and everybody else. And surely, if we think like that, then you're not spending so much money on the marketing.
Yeah. My experience is just a quick one. Think about bundling your product with a certain other product that complements it. So if it means you're going to identify, say, IBM within our portfolio, you become a business partner, but you realize my little code that I've written here, it complements some existing product that is already commercial. Now, it doesn't compete with us. It complements it. Before you know, you're taking advantage of this marketing engine and visibility that you have, the sales guys. By default, I can't speak about, say, analytics without touching on training, financial training. And by default, I realize I'm always gravitating. Then somebody's going to ask, wait a minute, what's that financial training? Before I know, she's got 2 leads. But guess what? Our products are not, they're complementing each other. So bundling is one of the things. And the issue is to find that one person that you can bundle and work with in order to create that value. That person has to feel that your product is adding value to theirs, right? And you feel the same way. And then you try and drive that. And that's been very successful. And we do quite a bit of that. A lot of our business partners do that. They've got multiple solutions and products that they're selling, but then they take advantage of the big names, somebody who has the deep pockets. And one of the person you realize one product is actually bankrolling the rest of the ones. Before they know, they've got visibility. Now they can shake off, and then off they go as their own products.
I just want to add very briefly, visibility is about putting yourself in front of the right target market. So as you said, a billboard may not work for your business because how many people pass through a billboard and how many times are they going to drive there? So what we did from a very early on is try to find the right, first of all, be an expert in your field, and where can you get that expertise known, yeah? So we try to find events like this, and from the very beginning, I've been doing a lot of talks like this to actually build the visibility. I'd like everybody to just go and see, because we've got a lot of YouTube tutorials on this and finding opportunities and linking you to your opportunities. Please join our YouTube 101 and just see, apart from someone referring you, visibility is also about the use of your testimonial, yeah? And you'll see how we've captured, it's fine if someone does our course and goes and tells another friend. Like we've got a lot of people who've done the Centonomy Entrepreneurship Program, and we've done videos about what they're now doing with their businesses, and they've really taken them to the next level. They've really scaled them. So it's about saying, if someone has a good story about your business, where do you need to put that story in front? So if you want to get some ideas, just subscribe to our channel, Centonomy 101 on YouTube, and you'll see how many of those testimonials we've actually run. And you'll see some of them even have views up to 75,000 shilling people per view. And those views actually bring in more people. But the gist of this is, it's not just about being visible, but being visible in front of the right target audience. And you've got to understand where is your target audience? Is your target audience in an investment group, a chama? Do they meet? Yeah. How can you plug into the meetings of those investment groups? And when you get a chance, yeah, when you're in front of this target audience, an audience like this, please make sure you have stood up asked that question, ensured people know what you do. And I really used to do. Now I get invited to speak in front. But before that came, I didn't care what they were talking about. I was like, dear location, yes. I'm Washeke from Zendonomy. We do personal finance. So before long, anyone who was interested in that, at lunchtime, you find them hovering. So I once worked for a person who used to tell me, talk it up. And so that sometimes we don't do enough of that. We shy away. When you get a chance to be in front of the right audience, do talk it up as a not irritatingly so, but do talk it up and tell people about what you actually do. So if you're going to use social media, just use it well. As he said, there's a lot going on social media. So even how you craft your message, yeah, you need to bring out what is the real story within my message. It just can't be buy this and that, yeah. People like reading stories. So how are you bringing out the story in your message? Yeah.
Just an add-on to that, my question to you guys is, how many of you, it's interesting, your product, how many ambassadors do you have? Start with your family, your core business workers, your iHub guys. How many people are really passionate and they say, oh, that girl has some serious product or some serious service or whatever it is? If the answer is no, why do you expect you're going to walk into my office and I'm going to be all excited about your product? If the people around you are not convinced, even your family, these are the guys who should be going in and singing and saying, okay, now I can hold a discussion. I've gotten myself till a certain level. I'm like, I need to bring you, I need to drag you into this conversation. But somebody has to advocate, have the passion for this thing and be able to say, yeah, look at M-Pesa. Who sold M-Pesa?
That's guys.
Right? Those guys barely. They don't even, some of those ads were like, yeah, forget about it. It's us. Even internationally. What we do, you're in Uganda for a meeting and you whip out your phone, chop, and you're showing guys what you can do with, I can pay my bills, I can do whatever. Before you know, do they need to go into Uganda? These guys, by the time they're going in, if they ever choose to go to the region, no, half the work is already done by us guys. Was I paid?
The other thing with M-Pesa is like, common phrase that you always say, what? You don't have M-Pesa? Yeah. And so suddenly you feel guilty on the other side.
And Airtel money is not M-Pesa.
Yeah.
It's M-Pesa is M-Pesa. Yeah, and that's a good thing. And I think another thing is, the good thing sometimes about not having money, right, as you're starting a business, is you get to really, really start thinking, how do I still get visibility without money? Not, I need money to get visibility. And so you start at that point, right? And a key thing said, I think the first thing, when you stood up and asked a question, you should have started with, this is what I do. Talk about it everywhere, all right? And then another thing you need to concentrate about more, and I think it's not about, okay, as I'm building my business, maybe let me first start thinking about visibility. I think it's more or less concentrating on the customer. How do I make sure that the customer loves me? Not likes me, not kind of likes me, but loves me, completely loves me. And it won't even take you that much to convince them to sell for you. You don't even ask them to sell for you. They just tell you, hey guys, by the way, there's this amazing product. You have to use it. Have you seen this service? It makes my life so much easier. And that's why we talk about M-Pesa, because it makes our life so much, we love it. Nobody told us to love it. So that's a good thing about not having money. So don't think about, how do I get visibility without money, versus think about, how do I make my product so good? How do I make my service so great? How do I make sure that my customers love this so much that they themselves want to sell it to everyone and anyone? And how do I also talk about my own product every single place? Yeah.
I'll give you I'll just give you an example. Fine. I'll just give you an example from this morning. So we have a product called the Yummy Card, which gives people discounts at various different restaurants. It was free to sign up for, and after 12 months you have to pay a fee. But what happened is, at the end of last year, a bank bought 10,000 cards for its customers. And so we were completely inundated with, the number of cards that we had. And then this morning, and this is, as the CEO of the company, I can tell you that I'm in a lucky position where I don't have to do a lot of things on a day-to-day basis. I can actually think about what new things we can do this year, next year. I can also interact with customers right at the bottom, So I was just on Facebook, and somebody had complained, and then a friend of mine had tagged my name on it, complained that their Yummy Card did not work at a particular restaurant. and the restaurant said that that card had expired, which was clearly written on the thing. So this person was just having a rant at me because the card had expired. You know, like it doesn't make sense that you can use a card after it has been expired. Anyway, so this whole conversation started, and normally I would then pass that on to the social media team, and so it's protocol, and this is how you're going to address this, whatever. But I decided to engage that conversation, and as politely as I could, and whatever. But the amazing thing was that very quickly there were other people who I have never met in my life, don't know who the hell they are, but they were sort of saying, well, I use my card all the time and I've never really had a problem, or, and people started defending me, not knowing who possibly that I was. And for me, that's the best form of marketing, when your customers are actually not only just promoting you, but actually defending you and saying that, no, hang on a second, for me, it's never been a problem. That's amazing. So again, what everybody's saying is that you need to build a brand that they don't just like, but they really, really love. They're willing to sort of say, I'm sorry, I disagree with you. That brand is amazing, and I love that brand. And if you can get into that, so it doesn't necessarily cost a lot of money. And again, on social media, it's not about getting a certain number of likes on your Facebook. You can buy those likes. I work with South Soul. They spend 0.01 cents per like on their social media, just because they're a huge brand. But I spend 1 cent per like, and there are other people who will spend 5 cents per like, whatever. You can buy likes. It's not about buying likes. Yeah, it's not about how many fans you have on Facebook. Maybe you want to get to a certain milestone, whether it's 500 or 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000, that's fine. It's all about the interactions with your customers. Social media is just one tool to allow you to do that. If you're speaking well to your customers, they become your brand ambassadors. They are ready to defend your brand. They love your brand. You can get away with spending very little money on marketing.
Okay, I think we needed a longer period for this session. Unfortunately, we are not going to take the last question because we are really running late. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists. It's been a really enlightening session. And I would like to encourage the audience, if you can get a hold of them after this, just if they're still around, chat with them, learn a bit more from them.
We have samosas and tea, so I'm sure they'll hang around.
Unfortunately, I have to go. However, I just want to do one last plug. Nairobi Restaurant Week starts tomorrow, and make sure you check out the best 60 restaurants in Nairobi. We're doing almost 50% off at all the restaurants. But if you don't have money to go to a restaurant, at least go onto our website. There's a trip to Dubai, 3 nights accommodation at the Palm Atlantis, and dinner at one of the biggest chefs in the world, Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. So if you're interested, just check out nairobirestaurantweek.com. Yeah.
I actually wanted to request for parting shots, but you beat me to it. So, Asha?
Well, I guess just to be able to go back to what the topic was, that it's about scale and it's about business. And I think the thing is, the one key thing I think we should always remember is that you're never ever going to be ready, to start your business, to talk to your customer, and to basically scale, right? We always keep on going back and saying, no, my product isn't ready enough. You're never ever going to be ready. Start going out there. If you feel like, I may be ready to scale, start testing it slowly. The MVP he talked about, start testing it. So you're never ever going to be ready, and don't let that hold you back, all right? So if you want to start doing it right now. Again, I will go back to my marketing. The Synapse Entrepreneurship Program is going to be happening from the 6th, that's on Saturdays. It's going to be happening every Saturday for the next 4 months. So if you're interested in joining the program, just get in touch with Mercy, which is mercy@ihub.co.ke. Thanks.
All right. I'll just go back to my conviction about what I do, yeah? And the reason I started Centonomy was at some point something hit me, and I believe everybody should create wealth, yeah? And that is what drives everything that we do. I believe we will not all create wealth the same way, yeah? But everybody was put on earth to create wealth somehow. I guess we're all doing these businesses and whatever is due. At the end of the day, we do want to create wealth, right? So of course, entrepreneurship is one of the ways of creating wealth, but there are other ways of creating wealth. You can be employed and still create wealth. So Centonomy has targeted all its courses to that end game, wealth creation, not just for yourself, for your community, and for those, your families, for those around you. We have a program that teaches you how to manage your money, how do you manage your spending, all these things. I was saying, as an entrepreneur, if you can't manage your money well, chances are in your business, you're not gonna manage money. How do you deal with debt? How do you plan for your money? How do you create wealth? And I mean via investments. And how do you protect wealth? How do you invest in shares, bonds, property? So we have an 11-week program, but you just come for class 2.5 hours per week. We have different locations, so you can come to the place that's convenient for you. In addition to that, we also have an entrepreneurship program geared towards exactly what we're talking about. How do you move out of this rat race in business where you're always chasing the same thing? You're always hovering around, how do I pay bills? How do I pay myself, etc. But now saying, I do have a vision for my company. How do I take it to the next level? How do I understand money in my business? How do I raise the capital? And how do I actually structure the business so I can go on holiday for 3 months? And we also have a campus programs. I have my colleague here. I may not be able to stay, but Mumbua, who is Mumbua? Raise your hand if you have any questions about our program. She has some information and that she can actually pass on to you. And in the meantime, please join us. We have a lot, especially on the YouTube channel, a lot of tutorials I have done, a lot of the media interviews I've done, you'll find them on YouTube. So even a lot of tips on what we were talking about today, you can actually find them, little tips you can start using on our YouTube channel. So if you don't do anything, at least just subscribe to the YouTube channel and get in touch with us, and we'll be happy to walk this journey with you. And I just also want to say thank you to iHub for having me here again, and it has been a very pleasant experience. Okay.
Thank you. Parting shots. Guys, you've got to believe in yourself. You've got to have some passion. I think one of the things that I see is you walk in and you meet a lot of very smart people, but then they lack the passion. Then you find somebody else who's not as smart as you or half as smart as you, but they've got the fire in the belly. And that person is almost unstoppable. And the products that you're buying out there, we sell at times, it's not the most successful product. In the sense that you had mentioned M-Pesa and Airtel Money. Did you know that Airtel Money, at some point, the functionalities were richer than M-Pesa, right? But guess what? It's almost like you never heard of this other one, but there's somebody here who's telling you every day, man, this thing, you've got to get on it, right? Uber, they made noise, their breakthroughs here. France today is having riots because of Uber, the taxi drivers. You start on something, you have the passion, you have the conviction, go for it. MVP, package it, and have that story that you can unleash. 2 minutes, I tell you, give me 2 minutes. You can give me the 2-minute elevator pitch, spot on, know your audience, right? Don't go throughout techie, the integration, the API and stuff. You're talking to the CEO, you've just lost her, right? I've got an elevator pitch for this person. I'm scrutinizing you. Remember, right from handshake to the way you present yourself, right? And that doesn't mean you don't dress down, but you're looking, you know, and articulate, practice. Even though when you stand in front of that, that is the brand that we're talking. It starts somewhere. You build yourself. Somebody is going to recognize. Then take advantage of these organizations. IBM has a big startup partnership, and I think my coworker here would speak. Kennedy, way back there. Take advantage of this guy. Runs a very interesting program, and it's exactly for that. The uptake we see is that there are people who start up, and there are very successful organizations that started like you guys that have ended up now scaling and taking. We incubate some organizations that you'd be surprised. Started with 2-3 people. But you never know where this is going to take you, right? So have that passion. That's the one thing that you can do. Because we don't know everything. I don't know everything. But guess what? I can almost give me that and say, okay, fine, let's go for it. What's the story? What's the thing? Let's go for it. And somebody can always, don't be at the back of the bus where people don't even recognize, like she says. Be right there, where everyone comes in and says, that person, I think we need to talk to them.
Thanks a lot. I think I'll give it back to Nekesa. Washeke had a video. Yeah, she did. Where did that person go? Okay. We are running late, so thank you once again. Back to you, Nekesa.
Thanks, Guri, and thanks to the panelists. Just a few announcements. This is happening all over again tomorrow. We are going to be discussing several topics, including how to build your product with your user in mind, how to fundraise, how to separate from yourself from your business so you can get 3 months off, just like Washeke was talking about. And then we're going to end with a very hard-hitting panel on what other big stories come out of Kenya other than M-Pesa. So that when you're out talking about M-Pesa and the tech scene, there's other keys that you can give. So I think it's going to be pretty incredible. So I hope you can all make it back tomorrow. I think we start at, is it 8:30? So please be on time. Thank you very much to our panel for making time to be here. Please give them a round of applause.